And good morning. Welcome back to Notre Dame Day. I'm Bob Montgomery with the local CBS affiliate WSBT TV here in South Bend, Indiana. Now, last night, of course, we kicked off the broadcast with lots of exciting guests, performances, and competitions. The fun, guaranteed, is going to continue today. Now, Leanne Tokar is my co-anchor at WSBT 22 and an 03 graduate at the University of Notre Dame. We will be your hosts for the next hour as we broadcast live from the Duncan Center here on the campus of the University of Notre Dame.
Oh, that's right, Bob. I can't believe how much we pack into an hour. This morning, we'll check in to see how the Lego construction project is going. Hear from the director of the Alumni Association, Dolly Duffy. Get entertained by a student band of mathematicians, and so much more. And this is just the beginning. From now until 2 o'clock, we are going to be learning about all things Notre Dame. And then we will do it again tonight from 6:42 until midnight, all Eastern Standard Time.
Leanne and I, we're always amazed by how much work goes into every day at Notre Dame and the wide array of experience and experiences on campus. Please participate by making a gift. Go to Notre Dame Day's website. It's pretty easy, notredameday.nd.edu. Click the green Make a Gift button. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give and support and complete the giving process. It's just really 3 easy steps. 900 student different causes will be there to use your gift and the contribution. They'll be doing a lot of good on campus and in our South Bend community. And while you're on the website, make sure you check out the live feed of Father Bob Simon's exciting Lego build of the main building. Already got a sneak peek. That looks really cool. We will be checking in with Father Simon throughout the broadcast day again today. Again, very simple website, notredameday.nd.edu.
And we are so glad that you tuned in for this hour, but make sure you keep coming back before we have so many wonderful segments you just don't want to miss. Demonstrations from student clubs, performances, interviews about various research that is happening on campus, a performance by Chloe Agnew, interviews with Fighting Irish coaches and athletes, a semi-truck is decorated with a Notre Dame theme, a sandwich competition judged by Jerome Bettis. But right now, we are going to go over to Tim Kenny for a giving update. Tim.
Good morning. That's right. We're taking a look here at the giving that we have seen so far. Welcome back, Notre Dame family, to Notre Dame Day. As we check in this morning, we have seen some incredible updates overnight. We are at over 14,000 gifts so far to, as we said, over 900 different causes and raised just over $1,500,000 just in the last day here. It's incredible to see so many different groups. Let's take a look at our leaderboards here so we can see some of the top performers. Checking in right at the very top, we have 2 incredible groups here that are doing just amazing work with the research opportunities that we have here at Notre Dame. Fuller-Parsegian Rare Neglected Diseases and the Ayer-Parsegian Medical Research Fund. 2 groups that are really having a national and a worldwide impact. And then we have some incredible students as well that are going to be benefiting from this. St. Edward's Hall, always a top performer, going to be able to really have some great things going on for their dorms. And of course, for our undergraduate students going to our financial aid. So happy to see that as one of our top groups here. Just as we see over on the side here, remember we do have a challenge fund that is going to be having an added impact. So for each cause that you choose to make a gift to, they're going to benefit as well from an added share from this $250,000 challenge fund. So when you're making a gift, take a look at all of these different groups here and take a look at some of the additional groups maybe you can add, because each time that you add a group there, they're going to get an extra share of that challenge fund as well. We do have some other challenges going on, so taking a look up at the next hour, we have a 1-hour challenge here going for undergraduate student groups. So each of these groups is now in contention here. Whichever group receives the most gifts over the next hour, they're going to get an extra $500 added on top of the donations you make and on top of that share of the challenge fund that they're going to be receiving. So many great options here. I'm a proud Glee Club alum, so glad to see that they're up at the top. They're always an incredible performer for Notre Dame Day. We got College Republicans, Notre Dame Lit Choir going right there at the top 1, 2, and 3. So take a look here. Take a look down at some of the other groups as well. One of the groups maybe you were involved with if you were an undergrad, if you're a parent, one of the groups that one of your students is a part of here. So as we head out into Notre Dame Day here, we've got a lot of excitement coming. Bob, we'll go back over to you.
All right, Tim, thanks very much. Notre Dame's Galilee program is an opportunity for Notre Dame Law School students to meet with practicing lawyers in the field and really reflect on the direction of their legal careers. Here to tell us more about this is Bob Jones, Associate Dean and Experiential Programs and Clinical Professor here of Law, as well as Amanda Walsh, a second-year student at the law school. Bob, Amanda, welcome to Notre Dame Day. We appreciate you being here today. Amanda, I'd like to start with you. You were really part of an upper class of a kind of cohorts who helped organize the program for this academic year. What does this experience look like for you and the other students?
Galilee is the most incredible program. Essentially, what we do is we have groups of students of all different years in the law school come together, pick a city that they are interested in potentially practicing in, and then with the help of incredible faculty members, as well as our amazing alumni base, they get to go and immerse themselves into this city and experience what it is like to be a lawyer who does public interest work. So this means that they're meeting with judges and pro bono attorneys and government officials and experiencing all of the different areas that you can go into as a future lawyer.
So your city you chose, and what was your experience like?
I chose Chicago. It's where I'm from, and I had an incredible experience. It actually impacted my career path, which was really cool. I think a lot of times as a lawyer and as a student, we think that maybe there is a set or a certain career path that is going to be the most sustainable for us. And during my time in Chicago, I was connected with a child services organization that completely changed my mind about what I wanted to do. And so actually now I have an externship that is connected to that organization, and it's just been truly a phenomenal experience to know that I can do public service work and feel supported and fulfilled. And I never would have known that without Galilee.
It's amazing how sometimes life gets in the way of your plans.
Exactly, right? Yes.
So Bob, tell me about this Galilee program here at the University of Notre Dame. There are so many unique experiences here on campus in all the different schools, but this particular program to the law school, what specifically makes this one so unique?
Yeah, this is, there's no other law school that has a program like this. And it's unique in a couple of different ways. One is that the first year of law school, almost everywhere, there's kind of this universal experience in the classroom, in the books. You're reading cases, reading statutes, and learning how to pick them apart. And we talk about this in legal academia as learning to think like a lawyer. And we do that at Notre Dame as well, but we do this extra thing that other schools don't do. Amanda mentioned that we have students in all class years doing this program, but it's mostly first-year students. So unlike other schools, we're getting our first years out into the field, meeting lawyers and judges, learning what practice is like on the ground, sitting in courtrooms, and really getting a feel for the practice of law so that they can begin imagining, as Amanda did, what their career might be like. And the other unique thing is related to our mission. We say at Notre Dame Law School that we're educating a different kind of lawyer. And when we say that, we mean lawyers who view their law practice as not just a trade, but as a calling to service. And so we want our students, starting from their very first semester, we want to excite their imaginations, get them out there, meet people as Amanda did, and see all the different ways that they can work for justice, provide service in nonprofits, governmental entities, private firms through pro bono work, and begin imagining how they're going to incorporate that into their legal careers.
And I imagine Amanda is one of many stories just like that.
One of many stories. I hear from students every year who come back and say, oh my gosh, I met this lawyer, I followed this lawyer, this woman who works in domestic violence, or this person who's doing public defender work, or someone who's at the Department of Justice, and I could just see myself doing that work.
And it not only impacts the student, but it also impacts the people who are served by those students, who then possibly even become their attorneys at some point.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right. Bob, Amanda, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate your time. Thanks for being part of Notre Dame Day. And thank you for the great work you're doing. Thank you for the great work you're doing. Obviously, the legal profession is greatly needed in our world these days. Lots of litigious people out there, but also a lot of people who just need the help. They don't know where to turn, and they turn to people like you in the future, and of course, some of your students. And we appreciate you both for being here.
Thanks
So,
for
thanks so
inviting
much.
us.
All right, let's head down to Ann Maxfield about the performance stage. Yeah, what's going on there?
Thank you, Bob. I'd like to welcome the band Jaime Barral. They are brilliant sophomores, all honor students, and they do sub-covers. The band is formed by a group of brilliant people, and today they will be performing Implicit Function, which is a math parody of I Want It That Way, and also Y equals MX plus B, which is a math parody of YMCA. Take it away, guys.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Functions. There are so many kinds, like trig functions, such as sine and cosine.
Great job. Heine Burrell and the Finite Subcovers. Thank you, you guys. Back to the studio now, Janine.
And thank you. Dolly Duffy has been the director of the Notre Dame Alumni Association for 10 years. Welcome to the show, Dolly.
Leanne, it's so good to be with you. 10 years has gone just like that.
I bet. So tell us, what does the Notre Dame Alumni Association do?
You know, I'll probably start by saying that it's an incredible blessing to work for a university where they frame the work of the Alumni Association as true and pure engagement, for engagement's sake. So we do all kinds of things where our focus is how do we get alumni parents and friends engaged in the life of the university in ways that are meaningful to them.
How large is the alumni network at Notre Dame?
So we have about 152,000 alums.
Wow.
And all kinds of parents and friends. It's pretty big.
I wouldn't think it'd be hard to get people to want to be involved because there's such a pride about attending Notre Dame.
You know, it's interesting. That's one of the, in many ways, it's the reverse challenge of my job. So I talk to peers who say, we just can't get them interested. We can't get them to volunteer. We're having trouble filling this. Mine is, how do I find enough opportunities for the vast number of people that just want to be connected back and touch Notre Dame?
Yeah, you would think that a lot of college friends stay in touch and that they learn about what's going on at the university that way. But why is your job important?
Well, they do, and they stay in touch with certain areas, but we have the ability to survey all of our alumni, which we did a few years ago, and find the areas of interest for them. So let me give you an example. We started something called ThinkND, and ThinkND is a platform where we brought together all the digital academic assets of the university, where people who have said for years, oh, I just want to go back to school. I just want a little bit of that magic. They can tune in anytime, night or day, and pick from the large menu of things and watch classes and watch various things that would be of interest to them.
You yourself are an alum of Notre Dame. What is your favorite part about being a part of that alumni network?
Well, if I look at it from my role as an alum, not the alumni director, it's the people, right? It's always the people. And I am going to have a really, really exciting opportunity coming up this summer. So there are 8 women from Breen Phillips. We've known each other since I arrived in 1980. And I hail from rural South Dakota. So they spent most of the time giving me a hard time about a place on campus called the Corn Palace in Mitchell, South Dakota. So now, to celebrate our 60th birthdays, all 8 of us are taking a week and we're going out to South Dakota to celebrate. And that's my story, but that story plays itself out over and over again. I can't tell you how many groups send me pictures and tell me about their gatherings that they've been doing for decades.
Yeah, friends for life.
Yes, absolutely.
When you were a student in the 1980s, what was your concept of an alumni?
You know, I don't even know that I knew, but one of the things that I distinctly remember was when I came to campus as a freshman, I had never been here before. So I didn't have a real sense of what the Notre Dame Alumni Network looked like. But when I got here, there was a giant sign that my predecessor, Chuck Lennon, always made sure was up, and it just said, "Welcome Future Alumni." And so that began my thoughts around what does that really mean. But I never in a million years thought that I would be in this position and be blessed to do it.
So how did your Notre Dame education prepare you for this role?
Well, I was a history major. I thought that I was going to go to law school, but having an arts and letters, really, I can talk about it from an arts and letters, from a history standpoint, that it prepared me to think. It prepared me to ask questions. I could read, I could write, I could do all those things. But I think that that's probably something that's all across Notre Dame. When people leave here, they're ready to tackle the hard things.
So how can Notre Dame alumni get more involved in the Alumni Association?
So many ways. There's so many different opportunities. I would say sign up for FaithND. We have 106,000 people every day that get the daily gospel reflection and read that. That's a start. Get involved in your local club. Come back for a reunion. We have a big reunion this year because it's a combination of the reunion that we haven't had, so we'll have like 2 5-year classes and the 25-year class, but we're also going to celebrate the 50th anniversary of co-education at Notre Dame, and so we'll have a huge number coming back for that first weekend of June. Start there. If you haven't signed up, come back.
Yeah, and that celebration is for all women who've attended Notre Dame.
Every year since the beginning.
How fun. It's always fun to be connected and to relive those memories of being on campus.
And it's always fun to watch people reliving their memories. It's just like so joyful.
Yeah. All right, Dolly Duffy, thank you for taking time to talk with us today.
Thank you.
All right, Bob, over to you.
All right, Leanne, we appreciate that. And don't forget, you can always participate at notredameday.nd.edu. All right, Shannon Kowalski is currently a University of Notre Dame student who's part of her master's program, nonprofit administration here at the university, but she also is working right now with the Archdiocese of Scranton, Pennsylvania. She's the director of service and mission. All right, Shannon, thanks for being with us, part of Notre Dame Day. We appreciate your time. Part of your job involves interfacing with the Notre Dame ECHO program. Explain again about what that program is and your partnership.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. This is the Diocese of Scranton's first year partnering with McGrath Institute to host 3 Notre Dame ECHO apprentices. So there's 3 graduate students in the summer. They're spending their time on campus working towards their master's degree in theology. And then in the fall and the spring semesters, they're doing apprenticeships in parishes, providing catechesis, hosting Bible studies, really kind of getting into the life of the parish and putting into practice what they're learning in the summer. So far, we're at the end of our first year with our apprentices, and we've been thrilled. Their Notre Dame education has certainly been put into good use, and we've enjoyed working with them thus far.
For sure. Another part of your job is to help the Civil Dialogues program, which the McGrath Institute for Church Life here at Notre Dame is also involved with. What is this Civil Dialogues program?
Sure. So we actually have tagged it as Essential Conversations Built on Charity and Truth. So there's 40 students, 15 facilitators from 4 different dioceses, and of course McGrath Institute has lent a hand in that extensively, actually. Essentially, what it is teaching people to have civil conversations about difficult topics. So there's actually a formula to having a conversation that is a little uncomfortable, a bit of a stretch for us. It involves recalling our own stories, giving voice to those stories, but then also realizing that other people have room to convey their stories as well, and then matching up where we kind of see similarities, acknowledging our differences, but all of this is done, like the title says, on charity and truth with respect.
Yeah, it sounds like it's open at least to a lot of people to participate, and it really runs the gamut of the types of topics that are discussed. What do you typically hear about, and why are these so important?
Yes, so this time around we had 3 modules, so 3 different conversations on 3 different topics. We addressed right to life, so the pro-life movement within the church and all that entails. We talked about the Catholic Church and racism, and our final module was Catholic perspectives on immigration. So we always represent the teaching of the church. What does the Catechism have to say about those topics? What are our experiences of those topics? And then those conversations intersect. I think it's important specifically for our participants because they come from diverse areas, from Scranton, from Newark, from the Archdiocese of Washington. So there's a lot of different people with a lot of different backgrounds. They come from a lot of different places. And they've never really had, up until this point, an opportunity to talk with people who are very different than them or who come from a different point of view, a different place in life. And so I think the most important thing that we gain from this initiative is that we become better ourselves when we stretch ourselves and talk to those who have experiences vastly different from us. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, not only vastly different, you run the array, but you also talk on some very hot button issues. I'm sure some disagreements will pop up from time to time. How do you help the participants kind of navigate through this and still speak to each other like adults?
Yeah, that's a great question. This time around, we definitely did have some people who had opposing views and were okay with echoing their opposing views. But the beauty of the civil dialogue structure is that it gives room for that. It's okay to acknowledge that you may not agree with what I'm saying, and you have the right to not agree with what I'm saying, but I have the right to express it. So whenever things kind of got maybe a little tense or starting to stretch past that area of charity, we remind them that we entered into this with a communication agreement, that we're going to respect ourselves by respecting others. And so while we did have some kind of interesting and pushy conversations, once we reminded everybody why we're there, it kind of came back very quickly. So it didn't get too out of hand, thank God.
I can imagine that it could get a little testy from time to time. And really, it sounds like our world at large right now. There are so many different topics that are really difficult to discuss sometimes, and so many people are really entrenched in their thoughts. It really can kind of morph its way into our everyday life. So what's your best advice to allow all of us to continue to have these conversations and our dialogues when there are so many dissenting opinions than your own?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of those dissenting opinions can kind of be quelled into good conversation just by listening to the person. A lot of times, somebody with a tense opinion just wants to be heard, and so a principle of these civil dialogues was active listening. So if you're entering in a conversation with somebody who thinks differently than you, that's fine. At the end of the day, you're just trying to advance each other. So listen to what they have to say, because that primarily is what they're trying to get across, is what they want you to hear. So know that the other person wants to be listened to, and in turn will hopefully listen to you as well.
Yeah, it sounds like the advice that our parents gave us when you were little. You have two ears and one mouth. You should listen twice as much as you talk, right?
Absolutely. That's great advice.
All right. Shannon, thanks very much. It really is important work, and we appreciate your efforts, not only today to be with us here at Notre Dame Day, but also, of course, the work you're doing in Scranton and, of course, for the University of Notre Dame. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's check in with the big Lego construction project that's going on right now. Jenna, what do you have?
Good morning, Bob. As you could imagine, the Notre Dame connections are running strong. Notre Dame Day. I'm here with Reverend Bob Simon, our resident Lego master, but you know that previous guest. She's from your home parish, is that right?
Shannon belongs to my previous parish. I hired her as youth minister. Now she directs youth ministry for the diocese and is involved here in an MA program and also with the ECHO program in our diocese. So yeah, the connections do run strong. They're wonderful.
Speaking of, you fell in love with the Catholic Church and Legos at about the same time when you were just a little boy.
About 5 years old, yeah.
And here you are today during Notre Dame Day building a Lego replica of the main building, including the Golden Dome itself. Just tell us what you've been up to.
Yeah, so just building brick by brick here and making some progress. I've added in now stairwells into the structure because especially at night when the lights are on, those are very visible on the main building. And so I have some of that detail in here and some figures in the stairwells as well. The steps there you see on the sides of the wings, going and stuff. All of that wonderful window work. So yeah, making progress and enjoying all the details of this build.
Tell me just how hard it's been to locate all these pieces that you need for an elaborate build like this. Literally, pieces have come from all over the world.
Sure, there's a website, Bricklink, where you order these things. It's sort of like an eBay for Lego, but especially the little ladders that are in the windows, they're difficult to get. They're rare in sets, so I've been scouring all over the world. I got about 170 of them from Jakarta in Indonesia. I got 120 from New Zealand, came a few weeks ago. A few orders from Germany. That's one of the things that's held us up. Some of those European countries wouldn't ship to us during the time of the pandemic and stuff in the United States.
You rose to Lego fame, can I say that, when you built a Lego replica of the Vatican back in 2015. What similarities are you drawing from that experience as you construct the main building?
Sort of the fun is trying to find pieces that will work for different design elements to make it work, making sure that it's something that's very identifiable, to people. One of the things that I figured suited me well for this project is that I've done a large dome, before, a very significant dome, as well. So yeah, that did prepare. And I would say one of the main things too is both important buildings, really just contemplating them and letting them come alive in a fresh way. When I'm building, it sort of amazes me that I think I'm getting a little glimpse into what the original creators sort of saw and were witnessing.
We'll take a look at that detail as we check in with you throughout the morning and throughout the day. Father Bob, thanks so much. If you'd like to watch the live progress, you can do so on the website. Just click on Lego Cam. We'll take a short break. See you back here soon.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shopping.
This land was made for you and me.
Interestingly, I went to a law professors conference a couple years ago, 2018, that was organized by Notre Dame faculty, but it was in Washington, D.C. And it was a really interesting experience for me because during this conference, there were about 25 law professors there. You could tell the difference between the Notre Dame faculty when they were presenting their work versus everybody else. And I remember pulling a friend over who's a law professor at University of Pennsylvania, and I asked him, do you notice the difference between the Notre Dame faculty who are presenting and the rest of us? And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, you got to see the difference. That these people are really on fire for what they're doing, their work. And you could tell the difference that the mission, that the Catholic mission does to someone when they're presenting their work. And then it was just a few weeks after that, I got a call saying that someone had nominated me for this job. And I looked at my wife, and she knew immediately that if I got this job, I was gonna take it. So I did go through the whole interview process. It was really long, 6 months. But at the end, I got a call from Father John offering me the job. And so before it was announced, I wanted to sit my kids down because they're teenagers. And I knew that Stanford was going to announce it the next day, but I wanted them to hear from us because, you know, they're teenagers, and if Stanford announced it, they would hear from their friends. So we wanted to sit them down and tell them that, you know, I was going to take a new job after 22 years. And we were concerned that, you know, they're teenagers, they're going to think, well, what does this mean for me? How does this affect me? But that's not what my oldest son, who was 18 at the time, he said, Dad, isn't it amazing that God has finally given you the thing that you've wanted all your life?
Now, you've been known, and I hopefully am not revealing any secrets here, but you've been known to occasionally don a costume of sense, and ostensibly to keep the students loose. We know in athletics, if somebody's tense, they're not going to play their best. They've got to be loose. Tell us a little bit more about how you engaged in some of these unorthodox teaching tactics.
Well, how true, Lou. These days I have many freshmen in my courses, and that means in the fall semester that my first exam is often their first collegiate exam. So you can imagine the nerves that they go into with that. Yeah. So we do everything we can to try to break that tension and allow them to relax and do their very best work. Over the years, one of the go-tos has been for me to run through the first exam yelling and screaming in a gorilla suit, which seems to accomplish exactly that and gets them to relax. I have to tell you that gorilla suit prank has evolved a lot over the years. The students here are really smart. they're fun, they're mischievous. So you really can't be too predictable with them or you'll get burned. The third year I did the gorilla prank. When I ran into the room, students were holding up bunches of bananas. So I should have known there that they were already onto me, because when I tried the gorilla suit prank the following year, the moment I slipped into the room in the gorilla suit, a student slipped out and he ran to the men's room and he grabbed the dress clothes in there that I had slipped out of. And, of course, those dress clothes were returned to me the next day, nicely folded and pressed outside my office door, right? The Notre Dame way, okay? But what it meant is, for the duration of the exam, I had to rot in that gorilla suit. And by the way, have the provost of the university see me in it, who happened to walk by the exam that night. Plus, it's about 200 degrees in that gorilla suit.
And joining us now is a 2018 EMBA grad who serves as Director of Diversity and Inclusion for USA Hockey, Stephanie Jackson. Stephanie, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Good morning. It's a big time for hockey fans. NHL playoffs just about ready to start. And before joining USA Hockey, you worked at Nike. Tell us about that experience.
Yes, that was an amazing experience. I can definitely tell you that at my time there, I learned a lot about social campaigning and really being able to share your voice for a good cause. So that was a great entry point for really my career right now.
So you joined USA Hockey in 2019, the year after you graduate. What brought you to hockey?
Well, to be honest with you, Bob, I've always enjoyed hockey. Growing up in a military family, we lived a lot of different places. We found ourselves living out of the country a lot, especially throughout Europe. So my dad would always get hockey tickets from a lot of the elite leagues from different embassies. So growing up, I always went to hockey games, but I will tell you, whenever I came back to the United States of America, we didn't go to many hockey games. And whenever we did, the crowd was never that diverse. So whenever I was approached about taking this job and understanding the responsibility of making sure that any and everyone can be a part of the hockey culture, I jumped at the opportunity simply because I love the sport so much.
Yeah, it is a great sport. It's one of my favorites as well. So you are based out of Colorado Springs, but I imagine you're probably not there very often, spend a lot of time on the road. Why is so much of your role based upon outreach and engagement?
Well, a large part of the reason why my role is based on outreach and engagement is really three simple things. It's about shared values, creating equilibrium, and modeling, really. Whenever we're out in the community, we really get to uncover stories that have never been told and that have never been shown throughout the sport. So engaging with different communities, engaging with different people, talking to people about the sport of hockey, and really getting a sense for what people think about the sport is imperative to my role. And that is the only way that we can really make sure that hockey in the United States of America is around for another 150 years.
Yeah, for sure. So how has your EMBA from the University of Notre Dame, how has it prepared you for this career?
It has prepared me for this career by really being purpose driven. I think that there are lots of roles in life that one can be a part of, but sometimes if you don't have purpose, you kind of can go with the motions and not really dig deep. And I think that diving deep into a big purpose is really, really important in one's career. And I was really fortunate enough to be able to get that purview by being in the EMBA program at Notre Dame.
All right, so what are your biggest priorities regarding USA Hockey in the years to come?
Wow, that is a good question. And I will tell you that a lot of our priorities change every year. One of the glorious things about being a part of USA Hockey is that we are an extension of the United States Olympic Committee. But first and foremost, I think our biggest priorities is to make sure that the sport of ice hockey is accessible to everyone. And whenever I mean everyone, I mean any person throughout the United States of America. We at USA Hockey understand that we play a really big role throughout the hockey ecosystem and making sure that anybody can be a part of the hockey culture. And whenever I say hockey culture, I mean from a professional standpoint in terms of holding a job, to also being a player. And whenever I also say being a player or an athlete, I mean at the amateur level, or even becoming elite, and who knows, one day is even making it to the pros. So making sure that we have that representation and that the game is accessible, those are some of our biggest priorities at USA Hockey.
Yeah, and it really is exciting to see so many American-born players now make it to the NHL, which is always cool. All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Fascinating job. Thanks for being with us today here at Notre Dame Day. Now back to Leanne.
All right, Bob, thank you. Nick Dermer is a sophomore business analytics major here at Notre Dame. But one of his extracurricular activities is helping to lead Brothers Keeper, a faith group at his dorm, Keogh Hall. Hi, Nick. Thanks for being here this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So tell us about Brothers Keeper. What is it? When did it start, and why?
It started probably 2 years ago by an upperclassman also named Nick, but not me. I took it over this year when he was abroad, but it's basically just a group where guys from Keogh Hall can get together, talk about their faith, talk about things that matter, just kind of get beyond and a little deeper than like your basic day-to-day conversation. And I guess it definitely got bigger last year. We were all separate, all electronic, so this was a chance for a lot of people to get together and talk face-to-face for the first time.
How often do you meet?
We just meet like once a week, every Monday, right after daily mass, but not too often, just enough to keep a good community.
How many young men take part in this group?
There's probably about 30 people in the club. We probably get about 15 to 20 to come every week, depending on scheduling and whatnot.
And is it only for the men of Keogh Hall, or can other dorms take part?
We basically only promote it in Keogh Hall, but we do have a freshman, and he has a twin brother in Dylan, so his twin brother comes over a lot. So definitely open to other people. Sometimes it's hard to get the word out to other dorms, but definitely all are welcome.
Are there any other groups like this on campus?
Definitely. I know there's the Iron Sharpens Iron Club, which is probably a much bigger group. I know they have like hundreds of people. It's not as localized. And I know there's Bible studies and whatnot throughout other dorms and other clubs. But I think Brothers Keepers is pretty unique to Keogh Hall and how we run it and how we keep our members involved.
Explain to us what a typical meeting is like.
So we always start out with just a prayer, and then we go through what we call like a high-low God moment. It's your basic like rose, thorn, bud, just kind of talking about people's weeks, what was good, what was bad, and where God kind of found their way into their life that week. And then we go into a witness talk, which is just a short story by someone in the club. They share a story, and then we kind of just discuss whatever topic was prominent in that little story.
And it really took on an important role during the pandemic, you said. Explain that to me.
Yeah, so last year I joined a lot of clubs, but they were all these Zoom clubs, or all I really ever got was email. So this was one of the only clubs last year that was actually able to meet in person. So meeting in person, talking in person, and also talking about real things like struggles, like everyone talks about a bad moment in their week. So you get to get a little deeper than just your basic like, hey, how are you, good? Like you can actually talk about how your week might have gone wrong or where you might have seen God in your week. So finally getting back to that like in-person talking and like connecting with other people.
They say your dorm is your family when you're at Notre Dame, and this kind of takes it a level above that. Mm-hmm. What has it meant to you to be a part of it?
It's meant a lot, especially getting people from my section involved, other sections involved. I've met some of my best friends just accidentally through this club. One of my roommates this year was someone I met in Brothers Keepers last year. I didn't even mean to join Brothers Keepers last year. I kind of just walked into the chapel while it was happening last year and sat down with the group. And so it's kind of just how crazy things happen to meet the most important people in your life, and this club definitely fosters that.
What a special group, and we hope it continues for years to come.
Yeah,
Nick,
me too.
thank you for joining us
Yeah,
today.
thanks for having me.
We'll be right back.
Down, one, up. I've worked with a lot of strong and determined athletes over the years. Up higher, recover, good, pause. But my daughter Beckett is for sure the strongest and most determined person that I've ever been around. At 4 months old, Beckett became paralyzed from her shoulder down to her fingers on her left side.
Go up, go down.
The doctors still haven't determined what has caused the nerve damage in her arm, but when she has flickers of function, it gives us a flicker of hope that she'll regain what was taken from her.
At the University of Notre Dame Center for Stem Cells and Regenerative Medicine, biology professor Cody Smith researches the development and repair of the nervous system.
One of the biggest challenges with curing human disease is we really don't know enough about how the healthy body normally functions. So the approach in my lab is to understand how the nervous system is built so that we can use those concepts to rebuild it.
I joined Professor Smith's lab as a sophomore, and he encouraged me to pursue my own research. My brother had a brachial plexus injury, just like Coach Flint's daughter. So I decided to ask why these particular cells in the spinal cord don't regenerate. I remember testing this for the first time on a zebrafish. I could see the nerve regenerate where it had been before the injury, and the fish fully recover. It was amazing.
Evan made a true scientific breakthrough as an undergraduate that laid the foundation for new clinical therapies that could help his brother and Beckett that we thought we would never have.
Learning about the discovery in Professor Smith's lab has given my family a lot of hope. I've been at Notre Dame over a decade now, and I know how we approach hard tasks. We'll get it done one way or another.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to repair the body.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Hey, good morning once again. My name is Bob Montgomery, and thank you for joining us here at Notre Dame Day. Don't forget, you can always participate, notredameday.nd.edu. So it is going to be a great next few minutes because we have a man here that needs absolutely no introduction at the University of Notre Dame, really in college football world at all. Rocket Ismail, thanks for being with us.
I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
We know all about your football time here at the University of Notre Dame, but we don't know a lot about Rocket the student. Now, Rocket the student, I understand that Monk Malloy, of course, you can't get a bigger name at the University of Notre Dame than Monk Malloy, had a lot to do with you really getting a good start here.
So, one of my biggest, we're not in Kansas anymore moments was freshman year, and there's a class that Monk Malloy teaches, and he picks the students that are going to be participating in the class. So this is a phenomenal class, all about literature and just the world of language arts and things of that nature. And we're going to class, I'm loving it, I'm giving input, I'm contributing, and one day we get to class, nobody's there. So we're like, okay, he's running late. 10 minutes go by, the secretary comes in and they say, I'm so sorry. However, Monk Malloy has just been summoned to the Vatican by His Holiness.
Really?
And I was like, wait, His Holiness, wait, you the Pope? She's like, yes. And I was like, oh my goodness. So he literally, right before class, was summoned to go to the Vatican, and class was over, and it was over for like the next 2 weeks. So it was like, for me, that was I was like, man, this man that is teaching me, I mean, I thought he was significant because he's the president at the university, but man, he's the man that is having conversations with the man.
Yeah, that's like the ultimate getting called to the principal's office.
That was the big deal. So, I mean, to me, that was like, wow, this is a significant thing. And it always thrilled me to know that I knew somebody who knew the Pope personally.
Right, yeah. So speaking of someone, Khalid Kareem was supposed to be here, and you were supposed to be talking with him today, but he got called away to his day job with the Cincinnati Bengals. They had an emergency meeting this morning, or at least an unscheduled meeting, and so he couldn't be here. So we get the opportunity to spend some time with you. So, okay, so Monk Malloy is the person who really kind of gives you your, and I don't want to use baptism in the disrespectful sort of way, but that's how you get ingrained into the Notre Dame culture. You talked about your participation in class. How much did you participate in? Everyone knows you like to talk, and that's a good thing.
Right.
We're grateful you like to talk. But were you the type of student who was constantly raising your hands, constantly asking questions to really soak in as much of the education as you can?
So back then, I didn't have the confidence in myself or my communication skills that has developed over the years. And so I would never even know that this would be something that I would like doing. And I was, especially freshman year, you're in classes with large groups of students. And so I'm just trying to pay attention, just trying to catch whatever the lesson happens to be and make sure that I can retain it so that I can do well on the test. So for me, the moment where I started feeling comfortable, I don't think it was probably until my junior year. And from then, as you know, my junior year, I ended up going to work out. And so I had to go to work for the fall semester. Then I would come back for the spring semester. And in those classes, then I started, and they were smaller classes. I started to participate more. I started to be, it was like more interactive. I started to feel more confident about my ability to communicate. So it was later in my students' development that the participating and things happened. However, in Monk Malloy's class, because it was, I think it was only like 15 or 18 of us, maybe 20 at the most, it was like you had to, everybody had to participate. So that helped me to gain confidence and come out of my shell.
Right, you can't be a wallflower in a situation like that when you're in a small class. So I'm sure you heard as you were coming in as a vaunted athlete onto this campus about the academic rigors at the University of Notre Dame. What did you find when you got here? Was it everything that was advertised?
Oh man, so the first thing I realized, especially during study groups, if there were 7 of us in a study group, and I'm number 7, 4 of the 7 not only were able to take meticulous notes, but they had a photographic memory. And I was like, wait a minute, and they were just like, I just write everything down, whatever the teacher puts down on the board, whatever we have to read. And all of them would say this, they would say, and I just remember it. I see it again. So I can recall it. I can recall a page, I recall a topic, and everything is right there in front of me. So I was like, boy, now I've since learned that everybody has a photographic memory. It's just everybody can't recall specific instances in the photographic memory so they can use it to help them pass a test or whatever. So that was one of my first, like, okay, these students are built different. There's something that's different about them that makes them be able to excel. And it always came into play when, I don't know if they still do this, but back when I was here, I was in Grace Hall, and Grace Hall was like living in a penthouse suite, and because we had air conditioning in it.
Right.
And every time it came time to pick your dorm, it would always go by GPA. And so my roommate, Rusty Setzer, he was like high 3s. I was always in the low 2s. And it wasn't just because of not being able to, but I didn't have the understanding and how I learned and how to study that best suited how I learned. I didn't know all this back then. I was just the model of, okay, just remember everything you can, and then hopefully the question on the test will make you remember what you studied for the test. So as a consequence, we always had the room next to, whether it was the rector or one of the, I forget what they call them, resident assistants.
RAs,
RAs. And so that wasn't fun, but Hey, I
It
learned.
does come with a price, but you get a benefit.
It was okay. It was okay.
Yeah. So when you look back at the University of Notre Dame, we know your fondness for Father Malloy and the help that he gave to you to get your start. When you think back of all the other professors that you had, who stands out?
So for me, who stands out the most isn't necessarily a professor, but it was the academic advisors, and my academic advisor specifically was Sister Kathleen Gilbert. And what really stands out the most is I remember after I went to go into the work world and join the workforce, I'm in Toronto, Canada, and I am in my apartment, top floor, brand new building, living lavish.
Yeah.
And I'm 22 years old, and the phone rings. Canada had caller ID at this time, and I remember the phone had the South Bend area code on it. So I was like, okay, what's going on here? So I pick it up, and it's Sister Kathleen. And she's like, Rocket, this is Sister. She said, it's time to make your spring schedule. And I was like, Sister, I don't need school anymore, I'm rich. She said, no, we made a promise to your mother that you're gonna have to graduate, so we gotta get your schedule together. And it was just like looking back now, when you're young, you don't have the same perspective on the whole of life and being able to finish what you started and being able to do things the right way. So if it wasn't for her persistence and for her following up, I know for a fact I would have attended the university, but I probably still wouldn't have graduated.
Yeah.
So I ended up graduating in '94, and she stayed with me because I had to come back 3 spring semesters to complete the degree requirements. So
But you did.
But I did, and
Did
Sister
it?
Kathleen is the one that stands out for me in regards to administrators here on campus.
So it's funny you mentioned that because we know the bus is living that right now.
Yes,
Rome
exactly.
Dennis is doing the
Ricky
exact
Waters
same
just
thing.
did it a year or two ago.
Okay, so do you talk to those guys about what it was like when you guys went versus what they're doing now and how much not only the campus has physically changed, which is dramatic. I mean, if you were blindfolded and dropped 10 years, 15 years down, you wouldn't recognize a place. But secondly, what it's like in the classroom and the academic rigor today compared to what you saw 15, 20 years ago.
So for me, when we talk about it, we marvel. It's interesting, but it's like one of the characteristics that I know is necessary for every human being in the earth is, especially when you live in this world, there's going to be challenges, there's going to be obstacles, and one of the most valuable characteristics is the ability to overcome. And the rigorous academic studying, academic schedule, it helps to develop that. Even though I didn't appreciate it when I was in school or when I was younger, but it's like, I feel like because of that, the current student body is better equipped coming out into the real world and to be able to handle real world issues.
Yeah, okay. Rocket, I'm not going to fanboy on you, but I'm a big fan.
Thank you, sir.
It's an honor to meet you.
Appreciate
your time. Yeah, thanks
Yes,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Back to Notre Dame Day.
Hello and welcome to the Social Media Lounge. My name is Indy Jackson. I'm a 2017 graduate and I have the beautiful opportunity to be interviewing representatives from the Bowler-Parsegan Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases. With me today I have Pat Sarb, Dr. Kasturi Hargal, and Addie Bell. Pat, would you talk to me about your history with this center and how you got involved?
Well, first of all, Indy, thank you. I'm a double domer, graduated in class of 1976. I also was a scholarship player on Era Parsegan's 1973 championship team, and I knew Mike Parsegan, who was a teammate of mine, so I knew the great work that the Bowler-Parsegan Center was doing. 10 years ago, we had a grandson, Owen, who was born with non-ketotic hyperglycemia, a very rare genetic disease. And my wife Linda and I came to Dr. Haldar and the Dean of Science and said, could you also research NKH? And once the university said yes, it opened up a huge network of families that were impacted by the disease, and they've been a tremendous resource for helping raise funds for this research. And that's propelled us to #1 last year, and so far #1 this year.
Yeah, you are #1. And Dr. Kasturi, could you talk to us about what these funds are going to be used for?
Happy to. So rare diseases are terrible diseases. And the rare disease that has affected Pat Saab's family, non-ketotic hypoglycemia, is really horrible. Children have 100 seizures a day. These diseases can be treated, but the problem is there's very little research in them. So when we started with NKH, we are now the third institution in the world to study NKH. But in a very short period of time, we've made a lot of progress. The success of our strategy at ND Day is really the commitment of the patients. As Pat said, they are incredibly committed, and our request of you is to help us help them. We use the money for research. Research is very expensive, but if you don't do the research, there is no progress. And we also use the money to train outstanding Notre Dame students, an example of who is Adi Bali, to provide an excellent education of the mind and the heart.
Well, thank you so much for coming. As you said, we have students like Allie, and we'll have more Notre Dame programming right after this break.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other, because we're running out of time.
Good morning. Welcome to the 7th hour of Notre Dame Day 2022, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Pete Byrne, a proud member of the class of 1999 and the sports director at WSBT Television.
And I am Tricia Sloma from WNDU TV, right on the campus of Notre Dame. And we are live to you from the campus to share great stories about the University of Notre Dame and, of course, the people who are making them happen.
That's right. These stories will be coming to you over the next several hours through live one-on-one interviews with students, professors, alumni, student athletes, university leadership, and Notre Dame celebrities, as well as several performances by Notre Dame student music groups. Now, we invite you to participate by making a gift to any of the more than 900 student causes on campus. All you have to do is go to the Notre Dame Day website. You can find that at notredameday.nd.edu. And if you're not watching from there already, all you have to do is click on the green Make a Gift button. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to and complete the giving process. And while you're on the website, please check out the live feed of Father Bob Simon's Lego build of the main building. I have seen this. It is fantastic. Take a look at that, right? Yeah. We're going to be checking in with Father Simon throughout the broadcast today. Again, we're at notredameday.nd.edu.
So much fun, so much to get to today. Now, we have some great guests over the course of this broadcast, including Pro Football Hall of Famers, a student from Russia, the head football coach at Notre Dame, and so many more. So be sure to stay tuned in. We're going to be broadcasting today from now until 2 p.m. and again from 6:42 p.m. until midnight, all Eastern Standard Time.
That's right, Tricia. And coming up this particular hour, we're going to hear from a professor, a student who helped draft a human rights treaty at the United Nations, and the president of the Las Vegas Raiders, in addition, a journalist from Ukraine, and so much more. But first, let's stop in with Tim Kenny for an update on today's giving. Hello, Tim.
All right, Pete, thanks so much. You know what, this is really exciting. We just had our biggest hour yet. We are seeing so much activity on the website, and just a huge thank you to everybody who has been making gifts, who's helping out all of these different student groups. And we want to actually say a special thank you right now to the benefactors who have made this challenge fund possible. We're going to show their names right here on the screen. These are some of the benefactors here who have given over $500,000, which collectively we're using as the challenge fund today, which are making your gifts go even farther with this added impact. So a special thank you to these families. And now let's take a look at some of the groups that are are having some big movement here today. So we just finished up our previous challenge here with the student groups. We see, again, some great movement from some of these groups here. The top winner from this is going to be posted on the website very shortly. They're going to get an extra $500,000. And for this next hour, our next group up is going to be Club Sports. So for all of you Club Sports alums, this is the time to be making your gift. This is where you want to be making an extra special impact, because again, the group that from this list that gets the most gifts in the next hour, they're going to get an extra $500,000 going towards their cause, and that's going on top of our challenge fund. So when you are making a gift, make sure you're taking a look at all of those groups that you were involved with. If you were here as a student, if you're a parent, or if you're a friend of the university, the groups that you think are doing the greatest work here at Notre Dame, because every club that you support is going to be getting an extra portion of that challenge fund with your gift. We're having a lot of momentum here. It's really exciting to see all the stuff that we have going on. So as we especially take a look here, I want to give a couple of shout outs also to some of our Notre Dame clubs from around the country. These are really special causes to be giving to, because each of these are going towards scholarships that are going to go to our students from the local area here. So when you're giving to the Club of Denver, those are going to go towards a scholarship for students coming to Notre Dame from the Denver Club. It's an incredible way to have, a direct impact on the students in your area. So make a gift and add on one of these clubs as well as you're taking a look and getting ready to throw those here. Thanks so much for all that you're doing here, Notre Dame family. And now let's throw it back to Tricia Slomo.
All right, thank you so much, Tim. Joining us now, Angelina Soriano Nuncio, a Master of Global Affairs student who went to the United Nations this past semester to work on finalizing the first UN Human Rights Treaty in nearly a decade. And Angelina, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here.
You are an accomplished professor at along with accomplished Professor Diane DeSertio, to the United Nations to actually work on a treaty that is being drafted by the UN expert group on the right to development. So tell us more about this group and the treaty and how it came to be, how you hope to finalize.
Yes. Well, I've been very privileged to work along Professor Diane DeSertio, who is the chair rapporteur of the expert group on the right of development, and along other experts on human rights and international law. They've been working for a couple of years now in preparing this, which will be one of the 10th major UN human rights treaties. And I'm working also along with another Notre Dame law student, Ijoma Odi, and it's been a great experience teaming up with them and contributing to the fight for good in the world.
Incredible. A fight for good. I like the way you say that. Now, if this treaty is passed, how is it going to impact people around the world?
Yeah, so the main purpose of this treaty is to move away from a model of development in which humans are treated as capital to be exploited and in which only some elites benefit from this development, but rather going to a model of development in which human rights are respected, and the core focus of the development is the fulfillment of people and the well-being of people. So this is a new paradigm on how to look for development that really goes to the standards of human dignity and integral human development.
And getting people to listen, and that's what I hope you're able to do. Working at the UN, of course, is a tremendous opportunity for a student. So how did you get to be involved in this process? You must be pinching yourself.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's been an honor and a privilege as I found Professor DeSertio in my classes. I have a law degree, so I always looking for opportunities to bridge policy and law. So I found Professor Diane DeSertio when she was named the chair rapporteur. I approached her and I say, I really like what you're doing, and especially because I know that you are an advocate for human dignity and integral human development, and this is what I want to do. So she invited me to work with her as a research assistant, and now I'm here with her.
Okay, so you talked about the law degree, but now you're actually pursuing a master's degree, so you're just never bored, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean,
so this is for global affairs, correct? Yes. And tell us more about what it felt like to be putting your education in action. That must feel incredible.
Yes, so I am focusing on international development policies. But my focus has always been human dignity and striving to reduce inequalities. So So the focus of the KEO school is pursuing inter-human development as a standard of development. So this was the perfect opportunity for me as a lawyer and also as a policy student to be able to practice what I've been learning from the Sustainable Development Foundations to an international treaty. That actually this treaty will be the first treaty that will incorporate sustainable development as an international human right. So it will be great if we accomplish this treaty to be passed.
You're going to graduate this year from Notre Dame with that master's degree. So what plans do you have after you graduate?
Well, one step at a time. Right now I'm going to do an internship in the Holy See Mission to the United Nations over the summer. And I'll be exploring some jobs in the international policy side. But what I want to be is an advocate for human dignity and integral human development in the international arena. But I would love to go back to Mexico, to Latin America, and focus in helping this region to advance.
I think God is smiling on you, and I'll pray for you. This is incredible. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Now it's back to Pete and more of Notre Dame Day. Hey, Pete.
Hey, Tricia, thank you very much. Joining us now is Jeff York. Jeff graduated from Notre Dame in 1990 with a degree in English, but he is now the Director of Conservation for Polar Bears International. So, Jeff, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks. Nice to be with you.
Nice to have you here. First of all, you need to tell me more about your organization. What is Polar Bears International, and what does your organization do?
Sure. So we're the world's only polar bear-focused nonprofit conservation organization, and our goal is simply to ensure polar bears survive into the future for our children and our grandchildren.
All right, well, Jeff, I have to ask you, how does a guy who majored in English at Notre Dame end up getting involved with an organization dedicated to polar bears? And I got to ask, was this something that you planned on following graduation?
Absolutely not. I followed a lady friend who I had met at Notre Dame when I graduated in 1990 back to her home state of Alaska. And I stayed in the North for the following 25 years after that. And that just led me from one thing to another, including a graduate degree in biology and ultimately work on polar bears.
That's quite a journey. I'm curious, what drew you to polar bears in particular? And we've currently seen video and images of them, but to you, why are they so important?
Polar bears are important because as bears, we have kind of linked an identity to them over our human history. When you look at human mythology, when you look at indigenous peoples' mythology over time, bears play a prominent role. We share a space as top predators, and so we see ourselves in them in some respects. They're also critically important in today's age because they live in a place that's warming 3 times faster than the rest of the world, and so they're a harbinger of what's to come for all of us if we don't act on climate change.
Certainly, and they're certainly beautiful animals, but working with bears is also dangerous. I'm curious if you had any close encounters or any scary situations yourself over the years up close with these animals.
Absolutely. I've been fortunate to be out on the ice for 16 seasons, 16 years, out capturing, handling polar bears in the wild, and we kind of see it all over that time. I've been charged by polar bears. A friend of mine and I fell into a polar bear den, and it was still occupied, managed to all walk away from that happily. And once I was bitten in the leg by a female who was mostly sedated.
Oh, wow, that's scary. I'm glad to hear that you're all right. We just saw some images. They're such large animals, but you're obviously doing great work. And in your current position as the Director of Conservation, what are the projects and some of the challenges that are currently taking up the majority of your time, Jeff?
Sure. So when I started doing this work, we were really just trying to do basic wildlife biology, right? Kind of understand how many are out there, what do they do, and how do they spend their time when we can't see them. Over the past couple of decades, my work has taken me more and more towards climate change. Climate is the largest threat to the existence of polar bears, not hunting, not trade, not pollution, not disturbance. It's a loss of habitat due to warming. And so more and more of our work focuses on that and on aspects of how people who live, work, and play in the North can coexist with bears.
All right, well, Jeff, I appreciate you taking some time to share some of your work with us here on Notre Dame Day, and best of luck to you in the future.
Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, now I've found the perfect guy to take over this next segment. We're going to head down to Notre Dame great Rocket Ishmael. Rocket, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Pete. I am here with Jake and Catherine from the Notre Dame rocketry team, award-winning rocketry team that is, and I am going to ask the question, what do we have here?
So this is Camulus 10. This is our rocket from this year. We compete in the NASA Student Launch Competition. So each year in August, we get a new problem to solve. We design a rocket with some payloads inside. And then by April, we have a fully built and tested rocket that we go to competition and launch.
So when you say a payload inside, what's a payload?
So a payload is a scientific experiment that we put in the rocket. We have two of them. One of them is an air braking system. So when we launch our rocket, we try to go to an exact height, not just trying to see how high we can get it. So we actually, these flaps down here is an air braking system that are flaps that extend out to induce drag on the vehicle.
Go ahead.
And then we also have a sensor suite up here in our gold nose cone that does some calculations to figure out where our landing location is based on our starting location.
How long, Catherine, does it take to actually all the calculations, and how long does it take to put all of that into effect, if you will, with regards to the rocket, on each rocket that you make?
So it's a full year process, and so we do all of the design in the first half of the year, August through December, and then all the building in the second half of the year, and then launching in March and April usually.
So they give you, before the competition, whatever the competition, they give you a year's head start?
So we get the proposal in August.
And then you start modeling, or is this already put together, or you have to build this from scratch, or what's that process?
Yeah, we build that from scratch. So we start with nothing, just our brains, and we design a subscale vehicle, which is about 50% scale to this vehicle, and we fly that in November to make sure that our aerodynamic calculations were all correct. Meanwhile, we're working on our payload design and our recovery design, and then we put the whole thing together in February and launch it in March.
Is this like a 3D printer? Like, what do you mean you put it together? You physically, what we're seeing right now, you make this?
So this carbon fiber we buy from a vendor, but everything else inside we use the EIH here on campus to machine a lot of the components inside, or 3D print stuff, and buying components, sourcing components from other companies.
Okay, if you're on campus, how do you know how to become a member of the rocketry team? How do you guys market? How did you guys find out about this?
So we have booths at the activities fair at the beginning of the year and during admitted students weekends. And we also go to the first year and second year engineering classes and talk about our project and get students that way. Also a lot of word of mouth with friends too.
So, question, very serious question. When people say to you, or do they say to you, it's not rocket science, does that get under your skin?
We like to say it's not brain surgery.
Okay, I love it. So, are there any competitions coming up that you guys are preparing for?
So we actually just got back from our competition last night.
Oh, okay, how'd it go?
Really, really well. Better than we ever expected, honestly.
I love it. Give me some. Okay, what was the objective for this competition?
So in this competition, we just had to launch our rocket and have a successful recovery. And then once our rocket hit the ground, our payload had to transmit the location of our landed vehicle to the team. And on the way up, we had our air braking system actuate perfectly, and we were really close to our target apogee. So that was really great.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Jake, Catherine. This is amazing. Let me get some right there. Ladies and gentlemen, the award-winning Notre Dame rocketry team. Now we are sending it back over to Tricia.
Thank you so much, Rocket. What a cool interview. All right, joining us now, Professor Caitlin Wowak, Associate Professor of IT Analytics and Operations at the University of Notre Dame. Professor Wowak, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here today.
Well, this is so cool because among other topics, your research focuses on strategic supply chain management. And that's something you've probably been really interested in here lately because we all remember empty shelves in the toilet paper aisle, and of course, at the beginning of the pandemic and other times throughout, what's happening here?
The toilet paper shortage issue is something that I think has scarred a lot of people probably for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
So fun fact about toilet paper actually, there are about 83 million rolls of toilet paper produced every day. So that's a lot of production capacity. When you stock out of a product that has that much capacity, it's really saying something about people's buying habits. So With toilet paper, it's a very stable, predictable demand until we had COVID. Then people were at home. We were thinking, you know, there was a whole bunch of panic about what's to come, you know, the unknown. And we started seeing two factors that really contributed to us having stockouts of toilet paper. One was panic buying, which is when consumers buy a lot more of a product in anticipation of a perceived disaster, and herding behavior. So herding behavior is when an individual's decisions are influenced by what other people are doing, even though what other people are doing may not make a lot of sense. So we all saw other people buying toilet paper and thought, well, we need to be doing that as well. We don't want to be the one person stocked out of toilet paper. Same here, absolutely. And that really fueled this panic buying. We'd go to the store, things would be sold out, then we'd have to try to buy more. But it wasn't rational because COVID was a respiratory issue. It didn't have a lot to do with your GI system. So people's purchasing was much higher than their actual consumption of toilet paper. And there was really no downside for consumers, though, to stock up on toilet paper because it's a shelf-stable item, it's going to have longevity, it's not going to expire. And I know that a lot of people were talking about, you know, why don't you produce more toilet paper? But companies didn't want to do that because they knew that the actual consumption of toilet paper was not increasing. It was just a short-term panic buying by consumers.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg of all the other shortages that there are out there. But we want to talk about the shortages that Notre Dame has seen and how are we handling this?
We are actually doing really well with the shortages. We are seeing supply chain issues across campus, also in Mendoza. We are having some construction delays because of part shortages, electric boards, light fixtures. We're seeing a lot of shortages specifically in Mendoza in regard to office furniture and IT furniture as well. Things that used to take 2 weeks to get in are now taking 12 weeks to get in, and they're costing more across the board, sometimes on average about 20% more for these products. But Mendoza and Notre Dame in general has been handling it really, really well.
Oh, that's good to hear. What are the short and long-term solutions for all of this and the chances it could be happening again?
Unfortunately, I don't think we're at the end of things like this happening because of a lot of supply chain issues. For companies, they can do a couple different things to kind of help them with supply chain issues, both in the short term and in the long term. The short term change would be to change how you're managing your inventory. Across the board, there's been a lot of focus on being lean and kind of keeping less inventory on hand because that consumes capital. But increasing the amount of safety stock that you have to kind of weather the storm for supply chain issues or logistical issues where products might be backing up on ports and can't be unloaded in a timely manner, that really has to do with the short-term changes. And in the long-term changes, bringing things back to the United States, more domestic manufacturing and distribution, because you have more control of your supply chain when it's close to home.
All right, Professor Wowick, I've learned so much, and I'm going to be thinking about that the next time I'm at the store.
Stock up on your toilet paper.
Well, all right, thank you for joining us for Notre Dame Day.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other, because we're running out of time.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Welcome back. Joel Curran is the Vice President of Public Affairs and Communications at the University of Notre Dame, and he joined the university recently on November 1st. So, Joel, let me welcome you officially to Notre Dame Day. It's good to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Now, you've been on the job just about 6 months now. I'm curious, how's it been going so far, and how has your transition to Notre Dame been?
Well, first of all, it's been wonderful. 6 months, you think you really couldn't get a lot done, but I have met so many wonderful people. It has exceeded all of my expectations. It took a lot to get me out of UNC Chapel Hill, where I was an alum, and I'd been there for 8 years. I loved it. It's my home state. And it would have taken something really special to get me to leave, and that's what Notre Dame represented. And I have just been nothing but pleased since I got here back in November.
I won't ask you who you cheer for when the two sides play in basketball. I'm not
Notre Dame.
Oh, wow. All right. I love it. Good for
I've
you.
had two of those instances: football in the fall, basketball. I had my blue and gold on.
Nice. Well, we love you even more now, don't we? All right. Hey, so as Vice President for Public Affairs and Communications, obviously you're in charge of overseeing many different departments. I'm curious, was there anything in particular that drew you to this position at Notre Dame?
Well, I think, the most compelling thing was the mission. I mean, Notre Dame is such a unique institution. It's a mission-driven institution. It has a wonderful reputation. But I also thought in my career, it was an opportunity for me to do something where I felt it was my expertise along with a calling to serve and do something more that brought me together and brought me here. It was also an opportunity to work with Father Jenkins, who is probably one of the most highly regarded, if not the most highest regarded university president in the nation. So I thought, what a great opportunity for me.
Well, it certainly is, and we're glad to have you here. Now, I know before you worked at North Carolina in the academic world that you spent a long time working in private business, and I'm told you actually started working in Walt Disney World, so I got to ask you to tell me what that was like.
Well, I started off while I was in college as a Jungle Cruise skipper, so I won't draw any analogies, although a lot of people like to in the public relations business. It feels a lot like a jungle sometimes. The thing about Disney, and I had always wanted to work at Disney, so when I was a high school junior, I sent a letter to the director of public relations at Disney. I said, I'd like to work there someday. What can I do? And he got the letter back, like, go get some experience. And so when I was in college, I started to intern. When I was out of college, I had an opportunity to work in the publicity office. And I learned a lot during my 10 years at Disney. The most important thing I learned, though, and the thing that I think aligns so nicely with Notre Dame is it's culture built on mission. So when you're at Disney, you know exactly what your mission is. It's to entertain people and create a sense of happiness and in some respects, a world that is a place where you can enjoy your family. But everybody's on mission. At Notre Dame, I think there's a shared culture here where everybody's on mission. So everywhere I've gone, faculty, staff, students, everybody understands why they're here and what their purpose is, what the purpose of the institution is. It's been amazing.
For sure. So I'm curious, do you feel like your time spent at Disney and in the private sector has kind of given you any broader insights into what you're able to do here at Notre Dame now?
I think one of the things I learned a lot about in the private sector is the importance of maintaining a focus on understanding your constituencies. So, for instance, you can't really just come into the job as a communications professional and just assume you know everything. It's really trying to dig in and understand what everybody is hearing about you, what their wants and needs are from the brand and from an institution like Notre Dame. And so I apply that into this world. And so, understanding our constituencies is one of my primary objectives when I started here. And then taking that learning and applying that to how we will plan and start to work on a broader communications architecture. That's what I brought from the private sector here. And it's been a really good foundation for me.
Well, that's exactly where I want to go next. I'm curious your vision and your goals for what you'd like to bring to your position here and what you'd like to accomplish for the university in your time here.
I think that one of my chief priorities is to take a look across the broad architecture of the communications landscape at Notre Dame, which, by the way, is in a really good place. There are great people here. I inherited a really sound and very top-notch professional team, and I found that to be true across the campus. So one of my priorities has been, as I said, to listen and learn. We've started to put together what our plans look like for the coming year. A lot of that is growing our communications world. So we have a lot of folks who know us already, who are engaged with us. I want to grow that. There are many people who are very interested in what we do at Notre Dame, the research, important work of our students. And I want to grow that pie so that we have more people engaged with us so we can continue to build the Notre Dame infrastructure as we know it.
Awesome. Well, you're going to be a very busy guy. I want to thank you for spending a few minutes with us here on Notre Dame Day, and welcome to Notre Dame.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. Looking forward to getting to know you.
Again, that's Joel Curran. Now we're going to throw it back down to our man, Rocket. Rocket, I got a challenge for you here. I dare you to ask your next guest, who's his favorite Notre Dame wide receiver of all time?
I hope it's Tim Brown because that's my favorite Raiders Notre Dame wide receiver. Thank you, Pete. Joining us is the 1998 grad, Mr. Dan Ventrelli. He is the president of the Las Vegas Raiders. Dan, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks, Rocket. It's a privilege to be here with you supporting Notre Dame and to be with a great Raider.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. And if it's cool, can I call you Mr. President?
Definitely not.
Okay.
Dan's great. I prefer to call you Rocket and you call me Dan, and that way we understand each other perfectly.
I love it. I love it. Can you give us a sense of your backstory before you attended Notre Dame and how you made the journey to Notre Dame?
Sure. I'd like to tell you that it was some great plan, but the truth is I really had no idea what I was doing. I was a kid who grew up in a household where my dad was disabled, my mom was a checker at the local grocery store, and I went into thinking about college with no idea what that meant. I went to the library, looked at a phone book sized thing that was a college guide and sent away for applications, applied to about 10 schools with the hope that somebody would be willing to pay for it because I knew our family couldn't. I was fortunate enough to be offered an academic scholarship by Notre Dame, and it changed my life forever, which is why I think that the work that we're doing here on Notre Dame Day is so particularly important. It changes people's lives in a real way.
Wow, I love it. The ability to overcome the drive, the foresight at a young age to be able to go get it, man. That speaks volumes to you, brother. When you got on campus, first of all, what dorm did you stay in?
I was at Stanford.
Stanford, okay. Did you play bookstore or anything like that?
I did. I was the captain of the inter-hall football team. You know, I was a good enough high school football player that I wanted to keep playing. But, you know, you always had people that tell you do what you loved, right? Like I love playing middle linebacker, but there wasn't much of a market for that at the University of Notre Dame when you're, 5'8" and 180 pounds. So it gave me a forum to do that, too. It was a lot of fun. That inter-hall football was full contact football. I called the plays. It was a blast to be out there on the field with some great athletes who were in the same position. You know, they loved playing. They loved Notre Dame, but just kept it going for a little longer. It was awesome.
I love it. For the journey through school, now you're graduating. What was the journey like from graduating from Notre Dame to becoming the president of the Las Vegas Raiders?
Sure, I always loved football, right? I sought Notre Dame because of the big football program there, loved being around that and thought that it was an awesome place to be because of that. And then I wanted to be in sports. So when I was in law school, I did it one summer at a firm in Chicago that had sports work. Then I did another summer at a firm in San Francisco that was supposed to have sports work and really had none. And so on my second to last day there, I cold called the person who was the junior lawyer at the Oakland Raiders at the time. And she was very nice, but she told me they had 2 lawyers and neither one of them was ever going to leave. And that she appreciated me being a fan, but that there wasn't much opportunity there. I had done some research and I knew the firm that represented the team. And so I asked if she wouldn't mind passing my resume along to that firm. You know, she told me it was very unlikely that that would be successful, but I said, no hard feelings. If you're not proud to pass my resume along, feel free to throw it away. She did that. I did one interview as a third year in law school, and that was with a firm in San Francisco that represented the Raiders. I told them that I had opportunities to go elsewhere, but if they needed somebody to just work on matters for the Raiders, I'd love to do that. They thought they were about 6 months away from a big trial. They were really about 2.5 years away from a big trial. So I took that job, and in 3 years, I billed 0.2 of an hour to a client other than the Oakland Raiders. We won a big jury verdict in Sacramento, and about 2 months after that, the person who said nobody was ever going to leave did just that. She left, and it opened up an opportunity for me to become the junior lawyer at the team, and I slowly built my way up the team, built skill set negotiating coaches' contracts, player contracts, contributing to the business, became the executive vice president of the team, and then worked on the stadium deal here in Las Vegas. After the conclusion of that stadium deal, we relocated the team, moved here, and over the summer, I had the unique opportunity to become the president of the team. And so it's been a wonderful journey and an amazing opportunity to be a steward of this brand that Al Davis built, and it's a great privilege.
Wow, that is amazing. Salute to you. I have to transition now because the big game coming to Allegiant Stadium is going to be Notre Dame BYU. What can you tell the Notre Dame fans that they can expect out of this absolutely amazing facility?
I think they can expect a game day experience unlike anything they've ever seen in an NFL building. This city is an amazing place that does big events better than any other city that you've ever been in. And I think that the NFL learned that this year through our season. We were fortunate enough to have some very exciting games in the building, some thrilling overtime victories, and the way the building performs in that environment is exceptional. And I think the fans of the Irish are going to love to be there, be part of that environment, and to be part of this exceptional community. This community really supports this team in a special way, and it's going to support Notre Dame in a special way too. So I look forward to people not just being at the game and in the stadium, but being out in the community and seeing our fans, the members of the community, and the way they support this team and the way they'll embrace Notre Dame.
Dan, let me tell you something, brother. I am truly honored to be talking to you. Amazing story. We are so proud of you representing our Ladies University. We thank you for joining us on this Notre Dame Day. Godspeed to you and your team in this upcoming season. And we thank you for being a part of this interview. Now, our next guest will be interviewed by Tricia. Tricia, back to you.
Oh, he's got some nice digs there, I got to say. Thank you so much, Rocket. Well, joining me now from over 3,000 miles away, Pedro Henrique Cardoza Navajo, the president of the Notre Dame Club of Brazil. So, Pedro, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
I would rather talk about the stadium stuff.
Hey, let's start by talking about your experience at Notre Dame, Pedro. When did you decide that you wanted to join the Irish family? I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Pedro. Hey, hi, Pedro. We just have a little bit of a technical difficulty. We apologize, but I just want to ask you, when did you decide that you wanted to be a part of the Notre Dame family?
Hello, can you hear me?
You know, we're going to ask you that question one more time, Pedro. I think we're going to have that connection figured out by now. We just want to know how you decided to become a part of the Notre Dame family
I'm not
and
sure
how you ended
I
up.
hear you.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, we're having trouble with Pedro's interviews, so we apologize for that technical error. We'll be right back with more of Notre Dame Day.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other, because we're running out of time.
An education teaches us who we are in the world. It teaches us what we can do and what we hope to become. But most importantly, it teaches us where we belong.
Thank you, guys. I am so excited to be here with Chloe Agnew, Irish singing sensation, who, as I always say every year, has the voice from God. She's going to sing a song that she wrote, Written on My Heart. Go for it, girl. Mwah.
I should be happy when the sun is shining on me, but today I miss the rays. And I keep thinking about the cobble streets where I fell in love with all of you. You always feel like that old friend of mine. I can't wait to see you again. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name is written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. I hear the music in the air, singing streets are everywhere, full of faces that I know. Wish I could bottle up this place, take it with me every day, 'cause no matter where I go, you always feel like that old friend of mine. I can't wait to see again. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name is written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Hey. On my heart, it's written on it, on my heart, oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Would I still love you if I stayed? Everything's changed, but it's the same. You're the same old town I love. I've got you written on my. I'm never lost when I'm thinking of you. I always know that I've got you to come home to. I miss you every day, though you're so far away. I know your name is written on my heart. It's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it. Hey, on my heart, it's written on it, on my heart. Oh, on my heart, you're written on it.
You are the greatest. Thank you so much. Okay, back to the studio. Pete?
Oh, wow, that was awesome. Thanks so much, Ann. Our next guest is an award-winning journalist, a media consultant, and a human rights activist from Ukraine. She was named the Media Freedom Ambassador of Ukraine for her human rights work and media work, and was among the winners of the European Institute of Mediterranean contest for her reporting. And yes, she also happens to be a domer. She is a graduate student right now here at the University of Notre Dame. Anna Romandash, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi, nice to be here.
Good to have you, Anna. You, as I mentioned, are an award-winning reporter and a digital policy expert who's worked with several major organizations, among them CNN, ICANN, Freedom House, and the Personal Democracy Forum. So please tell us, what are some of the stories that you've typically worked on during your career in journalism?
Thanks for the question. I like following the humans. I like following the person in my stories. So I normally write about human rights and enjoy producing human-focused stories that shed light on a greater phenomenon like history, culture, society. but through a personal prism of an individual, of a protagonist. So I like writing long reads, and I also like producing audio stories, and I love being in the middle of the action.
Excellent. Now, in addition to being a very accomplished journalist, as we mentioned, you're also a native of Ukraine. So I'm curious, how have you and has your work been impacted by the recent invasion?
I just feel like my day has gotten much longer, and I just fit a lot of more work into it than before. Because in addition to the internship that I'm doing right now, I also do a lot of volunteering. I do a lot of writing, editing, translating, a lot of things that, just make my day much more packed, much more meaningful also. It's just watching a lot of Ukrainians and foreigners too, in and outside of Ukraine, standing in solidarity with Ukraine during this Russian invasion. It just motivates me to do more and just to be as busy as possible.
Well, these are certainly very important stories. I'm curious, based on your reporting, what are some of the things that you think that Americans need to know about what's happening in Ukraine right now?
I feel like Americans are already learning a lot of information about Ukraine. There's a lot of very good quality reporting, but there are some important things that are just so crucial. The first thing I think it's very important for American public to understand is that the Russian war against Ukraine is genocidal in nature. And I keep on repeating this to a lot of people just because I want to emphasize on the drama, on the tragedy of the entire situation. Right now, Russians have deported around 600,000 Ukrainians from the territories that Russians recently sieged in the last 2 months of the invasion. So we're talking about 600,000 people who have been moved forcefully from Ukraine to Russia. These people are often without any documents. They cannot leave Russia. They cannot go back to Ukraine. And this is happening in 21st century in Europe. And this is extremely important to understand how terrible this is. It may appear like some event very, very far away, but it's just terrible, inhuman, very difficult to comprehend. Another thing is that Ukrainians are fighting for the things that are very dear to Americans as well. Ukrainians fighting for freedom, for sovereignty, for democracy, and they fight because they love their country. And I feel like a lot of Americans have the same values. They want democracy, they want freedom, they love their country very much. And I think this is something that makes the Russian war against Ukraine much more relevant, much more important to follow. And I think this is very important for Americans to understand that their actions too can help bring justice to Ukrainians, and they can help Ukrainians currently suffering from the war.
And obviously the fighting is currently ongoing in Ukraine, but I'm curious, do you have any dreams or plans for how you can help Ukrainians move forward after this war is over, and hopefully sooner than later?
Absolutely. I want to work in a sector that will combine my passion for human rights, for diplomacy, and I would like to work on building better ties between Ukraine and the rest of the global community. This job can take on many different forms, but I'm sure that it will involve Ukraine. It will involve international cooperation, and I will get to use a lot of skills that I learned here at Notre Dame, such as more deeper knowledge on peace, security, human rights, and international cooperation.
All right, one final question for you, Anna, before I let you go. How can regular Americans that are watching us right now help Ukraine during this invasion, and what can we do?
There are many things. Well, first of all, I want to thank all Americans and global communities that's already helping. I want to thank Notre Dame too for standing in solidarity with Ukraine. This is wonderful to see. I'm very, very grateful. And if any American wants to help, there's so much that can be done. One thing, related to standing in solidarity with Ukraine is just spreading awareness and verified information about what's happening. Not believe in Russian propaganda, but actually, finding truthful sources and sharing them in your community. If you're willing and able, you can also donate to verified charities. I can vouch for a few like Come Back Alive in UA. You can write, you can organize local events. I just want to say that this is something I've discovered. People have started reaching out to me, asking me about my country, my culture, history. So maybe if you have Ukrainian Americans in your communities, just reach out to them, talk to them, see how you can help. And, you can also check what your state is doing to help Ukraine. Maybe, there's some programs for Ukrainian refugees who are arriving to the United States. Check what your representatives are doing to help Ukraine and how you as a citizen of the United States can help in this process.
All right, well, Anna, I want to thank you so much for taking time out of your busy life right now to join us on Notre Dame Day, and blessings to you as you continue this very important work.
Thank you very much.
All right, now let's check in with the annual giving update. Indy is standing by. Indy, how are we doing?
Thanks, Pete, and welcome back to the Social Media Lounge. I'm Indy Jackson, and a little bit of an update about what's going on in the leadership board. Just past 16,000 gifts, over 1.7 million raised, 680 causes affected, and we are checking in with one of those that you can support. I have Edie Ugler here with me about the women's water polo team. So, could you introduce yourself, Edie? Tell me how you got involved with water polo, why you stay involved, and maybe give us a little bit of a history about how it started.
So just to introduce myself, I'm a senior here at Notre Dame. I'm studying chemical engineering, and I'm from Southern California. I grew up in San Diego. I originally joined this team because I wanted to be a part of a club sport here on campus, and I played water polo in high school. But I've stayed on this team because I've made my best friends here on campus. I love everyone on this team. And we have a really inclusive team where you don't even have to know how to play water polo to be a part of the team. We spend the first half of the semester teaching everyone how to play water polo, and then we compete competitively in the spring. And for a little history on the team, our coach, we call him Dog, but his name is Brian Coughlin. He has been the coach since the beginning of the team, about 22 years ago, and so we owe everything on this team to him because he's built it up from the beginning.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing. And there's something exciting that just happened with your team. Would you tell the world about what you just told me earlier?
We're really excited because we won our Midwest Region Divisional Championships yesterday. So we're really on the hype of winning yesterday, and we're going to Nationals in Huntsville, Alabama in 2 weeks. So we're really excited about that.
See, that's amazing. You told me that you had to beat 5 teams to get there. You worked really hard. So share with everybody else, what are you going to use these Notre Dame funds for?
One of the things we do every year is we do a training trip to California over our spring break. We start in San Diego and we play against colleges in San Diego, and we work up the coast playing against different colleges and training, and we typically take everyone on the team. So again, it's really inclusive. And this is a fun team bonding opportunity, and we also learn a lot because we're playing against a lot of D1 schools. So these funds will go towards that trip, and they will also go towards helping us go to Nationals in Huntsville in 2 weeks.
All right, thank you, Edie. Let's help the water polo team get to Nationals. Please go to notredameday.nd.edu, click Make a Gift, search the water polo team, and support Edie in everything she does. We're going to have more Notre Dame content coming to you right after this break.
Mari is our heart. It's our eyes. We used to feel like we had the whole world. It was always our sanctuary.
I love everything about Mati. For us, it's a paradise.
More than 100 killed in the worst wildfires to hit Greece.
And I remember seeing only flames and nothing else. I could not distinguish where the road was, where the trees were, or if there was anything around us. I don't know how I escaped it. We thought we would never be vulnerable to any situation. And this fire exposed it all.
In the fall of 2019, Notre Dame architecture students traveled to Mati, Greece, to help the city develop plans to rebuild.
The curriculum of the School of Architecture engages the critical issues of our time. Going to Mati and dealing with the issue of wildfires is really part and parcel of the entire purpose of our curriculum. Make an assessment about what is undamaged, damaged, and what's destroyed.
Mati itself was set as a city where there are 13 ways in and only one way out. We were looking to create more viable paths of egress out of the city in the event of another fire.
The purpose of the project was to design one master plan. It takes into account fire defense zones on the north and the west. It creates greater accessibility to the street network and to the sea, but also preserve the identity and beauty of the place as it was, while ensuring its future safety.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for resilient communities.
We are the Fighting Irish.
It's a humbling thing to have to pick up the phone and call for help.
Hello, you have reached the Chicago Homelessness Prevention Call Center.
I moved here to Chicago to take a job, but 2 weeks into the training, the pandemic struck and I was placed on leave.
I'm calling for rent, security deposit, gas, or shelter.
I couldn't afford the apartment that I had rented. I ended up sleeping in a friend's car and showering in their place. I was thankful for that, but I was really scared that I was going to end up in the streets.
At the University of Notre Dame, the Wilson Sheehan Lab for Economic Opportunities designs and implements research to help people move out of poverty. In partnership with Catholic Charities, the lab pioneered a study of people on the brink of homelessness.
Our study focused on Chicago, where the city has a homeless prevention call center that arranges one-time emergency financial assistance. We found that people that received funds were 76% less likely to become homeless.
Notre Dame's research has allowed us to be way more proactive in targeting and in funding solutions. And to date, hundreds of families in Chicago have been able to stay in their homes through the Homeless Prevention Call Center.
What we learned is that emergency financial assistance doesn't simply kick the can down the road. It helps people overcome a crisis and keeps them in the home long term.
On April 22nd, I heard back from the call center, and it was the best day of my life. I'm living in an apartment now, and I have a great job.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to prevent homelessness. We are the Fighting Irish.
Our son Lucas is 5 years old, and keeping him alive and healthy requires us to constantly monitor him. He has juvenile diabetes, and the days can be pretty challenging, but the nights can be the scariest part. I've heard horror stories from other families of children dying in the middle of the night because their blood sugar's gone too low.
So since he was diagnosed at 12 months old, we've slept with him every night and woken up throughout the night to check on him to make sure he's safe. It's hard and it's exhausting for us, but I would do anything to change places with him.
At the University of Notre Dame, chemical engineering professor Matthew Weber is developing technology that will prevent drops in blood sugar before they become life-threatening.
Currently, there is technology that can monitor blood sugar and medications that can reverse the onset of low levels. But the challenge of doing both of these tasks falls to parents or diabetics themselves. And the stakes are life and death.
Professor Weber's gel-based technology would sense blood sugar levels dropping and automatically release the needed amount of a glucagon treatment.
The research being done at Notre Dame would mean the world to us as parents. I mean, just to have something there that can protect him if I can't. We want him to be safe, but we want him to do what he wants. Sorry, sometimes I get okay. But we want him to be a happy little boy. Just want him to have a normal life and not have to constantly be concerned about what diabetes might do to him.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
fighting to control diabetes. We are the Fighting Irish.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Space exploration has served as the foundation for the technology that improves life for everyone here on Earth. But as far as we've advanced, there are still grave risks. Solar radiation and cosmic rays are some of the biggest dangers we face as astronauts as we leave Earth's atmosphere.
As we look ahead to longer missions, extended trips to the moon, and roaming on Mars, it's critical that we improve the spacesuits that they rely on for their safety.
At the University of Notre Dame's world-renowned radiation laboratory, Professor Jay Laverne has partnered with Georgia Tech and UC Davis to test new equipment for NASA's next generation of space exploration.
Developing a spacesuit is a multi-decade process. No matter how good the materials and instrumentation are, if it can't withstand radiation, it's worthless to the astronauts. We're working directly with Professor Jay Laverne at the Notre Dame Radiation Laboratory because they are the experts in radiation.
Since World War II, the University of Notre Dame has been at the forefront of radiation research, helping to make advancements in medicine, energy, and space.
We're also helping to develop new monitoring devices, giving astronauts better and faster information in real time to monitor radiation levels, oxygen levels, and other vital statistics that they may need.
Space exploration has given us the opportunity to change the world in ways we never thought possible.
And we can only imagine what will inspire in the next generation of scientists.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to reach the next frontier in space.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Welcome to Hour 8 of Notre Dame Day, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Vahid Sadrzadeh, former anchor with ABC 57 here in South Bend, where I spent years covering Fighting Irish football.
So good to see you, Vahid. I'm Colleen Wilcox, content strategist at Notre Dame International. We are live on campus to share great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who make this place so special.
We are, and these stories will be coming to you over the next few hours through live one-on-one interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups. Lots happening.
All right.
We're inviting you to participate by making a gift to any one of these more than 900 student causes on campus. Just go to Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. If you're watching from there already, just click on the green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. And while you're on the website, check out the live feed of Father Bob Simon's Lego build at the main building. It's incredible.
So
if
cool.
you haven't checked that out. We'll be checking in with Father Simon throughout the broadcast today. Again, that's notredameday.nd.edu.
And of course, we have some exciting guests over the course of today's broadcast, including a Pro Football Hall of Famer, an award-winning author, and one of the greatest college football players of all time. So you will want to stay tuned in. We'll be broadcasting from now until 2 p.m. and then again from 6:42 p.m. to midnight tonight, all Eastern Standard Time.
And as you see on your screen, coming up this hour, we'll talk to scientists who worked on the new James Webb Space Telescope. The head coach of the Fighting Irish football team is here live, and so much more. But first, let's go to Tim Kenny for an update on giving. Hey, Tim.
All right, thanks very much. Just checking in here from the Social Media Lounge. So taking a look here at the total board here, just want to call a quick out here. 16,354 just went up here. Donors or gifts received so far. That's over 1,000 in the last hour. That's just incredible. Let's do another 1,000 this hour. Let's do 2,000, all right? taking a look at $1.8 million raised so far. And I want to show you guys where we're at with some of these groups here. We are seeing a lot of momentum up here at the top, but we're also seeing the groups that are a little farther down climbing up. So we have a lot of opportunities here, make some real change with some of these Notre Dame students and the things that they're excited about. We've got hourly challenges going. So we have, remember, $500 that are up for grabs in the next hour for all of our Notre Dame centers and institutes. And I want to call out a couple of these here because, you know, when we take a look at all of these different centers and institutes here, the thing that I think is really cool is that all of these are doing research that is focused on things all over the world, but doing it from the Catholic lens. This is things that, you know, you could research this at another university. With Notre Dame, you could take the perspective of Catholic social teaching, you could take the perspective of faith. So when we look at right at the top, Bullard-Farsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, something that's especially important about this group is that they are doing a lot of this research for really specific cases, and they have people who are really passionate about this. So if we look at our peer-to-peer fundraisers, you'll see these on some of our causes here, and these are folks, especially for Bullard-Farsegian, who are taking, you know, somebody that's in their own family who's affected by this particular disease, and they are raising the money specifically to fund that research to help fight that particular disease. So take a look here as you're considering where to make your gift. Add one of these as well. When you go to make a gift up at the top, you can select any causes that are important to you, and then underneath that there's an option to select another cause. Add a few more, add 2, add 3. Each one of those gifts is going to add another share of the challenge fund for whichever causes you select. There's a lot of really important work that's being done, especially, like I said, in some of our centers here. So I want to take another look up at some of the other centers and institutes that we have here and highlight a couple here. Center for Social Concerns climbing up into second place. Center for Social Concerns has a lot of programs for our students and a lot of ways that they can get out into the local community and into the national community. All right, so now we're going to go back up to Colleen for one of our next interviews. Colleen, to you.
All right, thank you, Tim. The recently launched James Webb Space Telescope will allow astronomers to look deeper into space and time than ever before. And here to tell us about their work on the telescope is 2008 alum Tom Harkins, Senior Spacecraft Operations Engineer at Northrop Grumman, and Chris Haupt, Professor of Physics here at the University of Notre Dame. So I want to welcome Tom and Chris to Notre Dame Day, of course. And Tom, work began on this telescope back in '96 with a targeted launch of 2007. What was the atmosphere like in the control room when it finally launched all these years later?
Good afternoon. Happy to be joining you today. So as luck would have it, we ended up launching on Christmas Day last year, 2021. So I was in the control room in Baltimore, Maryland for launch, and the atmosphere was as you might expect. It was pretty serious. We each had a job to do that day. But the occasion wasn't lost on us. So if folks go back and watch the NASA broadcast from that day, you'll see a few folks wearing Santa hats. And we also got kind of an unexpected gift. We got to visually see our solar array deploy, which was not something that the engineering team necessarily expected. So the launch vehicle, the Ariane 5, they dropped us off very smoothly, and that started an automated sequence. Their cameras were trained right on the vehicle, and so we got to watch that solar array light up, fully illuminate in the sun.
Wow, that is just incredible. Now, you get the telescope launched. So what came next, Tom? Were you worried you wouldn't receive a signal back?
Yeah, so in our line of work, there's really no such thing as zero risk. So we hope for the best, but we prepare for the worst. And my job was leading the RF communications engineering team. So our primary role was making sure that the satellite's radios and the ground station antennas were operating correctly to transfer data back and forth to the Earth, make sure we could communicate command and get telemetry. So we had several ground and space-based assets that were configured and looking for us at the right spot in the sky. And so just a few minutes after liftoff, as soon as the Ariane 5 payload fairing opened, we automatically turned our radio on and we got signal acquisition right away. So the joke I made to our team was that almost all the contingency procedures that we had written and developed and agonized over all those years earlier were never actually needed. But like I said, that's what you hope for.
Exactly, that's great. And then a month after launch, the telescope reached its destination 1 million miles away from Earth. So Tom, how do you design something to not only make that kind of journey, but then function properly once it reaches the destination?
Yeah, so the answer is really to test and test and test some more. So we, the operations team, along with the designers and testers, we had years to prepare, and so this translated into more test time for the observatory itself, and also rehearsals. We practiced in the control room. We practiced our procedures, the sequence, among the engineering, the science, and the management teams. As but we the people were as much a part of the system as the actual hardware. And the reason you mentioned it's so far away, 1,000,000 miles, which is about the distance from the Earth to the Moon times 4, is so it can stay very cold. So Webb is designed to look for infrared light, and that's actually heat. So the telescope is sensitive enough to detect its own heat. And one of the many engineering innovations and challenges for this telescope was its deployable sun shield, and that helps keep the optics and the science instruments cool, actually about 30 degrees, and in some cases lower, 30 degrees above absolute zero. So combination of the observatory design and its orbit are what enable the exciting science that's to come.
No, absolutely. And Chris, you're going to be using the James Webb for an experiment. So tell us about how you came up with this proposal for the experiment and, of course, what you hope to accomplish.
So to explain that, you have to start with why are we here? And that is, why are the Earth and people here? And in fact, that's because the elements that make us up, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen in our bodies, were at one point formed in the interior of a star. And that star, to distribute these life-giving elements, had to explode. But eventually those elements would get into a new stellar system like our solar system and form people in the Earth. But it's more complicated than that, because in a system like the Milky Way, gas that is formed and exploded out of stars will leave the atmosphere and go into, or leave the Milky Way and go into an atmosphere and potentially eventually come down and form new stars. And so that process of doing that is what we're trying to learn about. We're imaging a galaxy much like our own Milky Way, and we're trying to study that expulsion of life-giving elements and watch that circulation pattern, much like the hydrological cycle on Earth.
Oh, that is absolutely fascinating. Thank you both so much, Tom and Chris, for being here today and sharing your story on Notre Dame Day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
A live look at Notre Dame Stadium, no place like it on planet Earth. Joining us now, Dick Corbett, head football coach at the University of Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman. Marcus, welcome to Notre Dame Day, my friend.
Thanks for having me. What a wonderful day.
It is a wonderful day and a wonderful week as you guys just wrapped up the Blue Gold game on Saturday. You ran out of that tunnel for the first time as the head coach of the Fighting Irish. So many players back on campus. What was the experience like? And give us a little breakdown, if you will, of the spring and what you guys maybe are looking forward to this summer.
Yeah, it was awesome to have all those former players back. And as I told our current players, I want them to understand the privilege you have to be a part of this university, but also this football program. And so bringing those former players back was so important to me, that our players understand the history and tradition of this place. Spring's gone really well. I'm really pleased on the identity that's starting to form on our team. And you know, now the challenge will be to continue to develop as we get into the summer and going through our summer strength and conditioning program with Coach Bayless. And how do we continue to develop? How do we continue to maximize who we are and the potential that we have? but I was really pleased. I haven't been able to finish all of the spring game yet. We had some recruits. We had some busy things to do this weekend, but I'm slowly but surely getting through the game, and hopefully in the next day or so be able to finish that and kind of wrap up spring as we move into the summer.
Now, we'll hit on recruits, too, here in just a moment, but let's touch on the new football staff. You got so many new fresh faces on the staff. Most are new to our fan base as well. I'm going to go through a list of the offense first, of these assistant coaches, and then I would like you to describe them in one word, so just one word, and a brief description of why you went with that word, all right?
Okay.
All right, we're going to start with Tommy Reese.
I call him sometimes Whiz Kid, right? The young, so intelligent, so creative. I've also called him Simba before, right? He's a young lion, man. He is always pushing. He challenges us as a coaching staff. He challenges the normalcy of what we do. He's been great for me in this program, a person that's done it, that's played this game at a high level here at the University of Notre Dame, and so he's been great for us.
We go with Harry Heastan next.
The grinder. And he pushes those guys. He pushes that offensive line, and they respect him. And you can tell by the way the former players that he's coached comes back. They help out with the current players. He is a grinder. He'll never stop.
And he is so well respected in college football and all over football.
Absolutely.
Dylan McCullough.
Let me think. I would say he's a winner. Okay. He won the spring game, right? He was the head coach of the Gold Team, so he won the spring game. But he's won at every level he's at. You know, he makes sure everybody knows that he's a Super Bowl champion because he wears that ring often. And but that's, to me, what describes Dylan McCullough. He's a winner.
Jared Parker.
Coach Parker, country. You know, from Louisiana, Kentucky. You talk to him, he has this southern twang to him. He's an excellent football coach. I was fortunate to coach with him for 4 years at Purdue, and I knew Coach Parker was a great coach, a great leader of young men, but if he's not country, then I don't know what the definition of country is.
Chancey Stuckey.
Trendy. He's always got the latest and greatest fashion, the latest and greatest. He's a foodie. He loves coffee. He's always bringing in these new things, and so he keeps up with the current trends.
Sounds like my kind of guy. Now let's talk about your defense and special teams.
Okay.
A name that has brought the experience to Notre Dame this year, Al Golden.
You said it, experience. He's done it at every level. He's been in my shoes. He's been a coordinator. He's been in the NFL. He's done this thing for many years, and somebody that I really bounce a lot of ideas off of, but experiences would be the one word I use to describe him.
Al Washington.
Passionate. He is a passionate person. He's a passionate football coach. He's a passionate father, a passionate husband. He brings energy into the room. He's brought energy into that D-line room, but passion is definitely the word I would use to describe Al.
Let's go Chris O'Leary next.
Chameleon. That's a word people have used with me before, chameleon. Coach O'Leary can really adapt to any situation, any group of individuals that he's in the room with. And I think that is such a positive trait. The ability to be yourself but adapt and adjust to your surroundings has been great. That's who he is.
All right, let's move on to recruiting. We touched on recruiting earlier, and it's been a major priority of yours, you know, since you came to Notre Dame. You're #1 in college football, that 2023 recruiting class, currently the best in the nation. What's the story that's resonating with these top high school athletes that are coming out that are saying, listen, I want to be connected to head coach Marcus Freeman and the Notre Dame program?
Well, I think I tell them, don't sell yourself short, right? Notre Dame offers you everything you want. Don't pick and choose what you want to give your future. Give your future everything, and that's what I think Notre Dame can offer you in terms of the football excellence, the NFL development, the education, the network. Notre Dame offers young people everything they want, so don't sell yourself short.
One of the traditions that you just made the announcement to bring back is a very popular one. It's walking from the Mass of the Basilica, the player walk to the stadium. Why was it so important for you to bring that tradition back here to Notre Dame?
Well, something I remember. I remember that as a recruit. I remember coming to a game, and I think I was a sophomore in high school, and I saw the doors open up the Basilica, and here came the players, and it was a just a sight and an experience that I'll never forget. And so when I came here last year, and I was expecting to do that, and we didn't do that. And I said, when I became the head coach, I'll never forget, I asked Ron Paulus, who obviously played here, I said, hey, Ron, when did that stop? When did that change? And he had said sometime between when I was here and the current state. And I said, well, how do you change that? And he said, well, there's one person that can change that, and that's the head coach of the Notre Dame football team. And I said, well, I guess we're going to change it. And so it's something that we actually did on Saturday for the spring game, and it's a tradition I look forward to continue to do.
Looking forward to it. Quick last question. Are you a foodie?
I like to eat. I don't know if I'm the guy that goes to different restaurants all the time, but I do. I like food.
All right, so later this evening, Roars is holding a student competition to build the bus. It's a patty melt that will be on their menu for the upcoming football season. If they're going to come out and put the Freeman sandwich on the menu, I can't promise they're going to, but if they do, what would be on that sandwich?
Well, I would think it would start with an all-beef patty, right? I love hamburgers, all-beef patty. But then, so my wife's Italian, so she would say put maybe a piece of salami on there and either mozzarella or provolone cheese for the Italian side. And then my mother, is Korean. And so we have to add some type of Korean barbecue to it. And I don't know what it would taste like, but you would hit every sort of ethnicity that has to do with me.
Roars, we'll take a table for two after we get done here in just a moment. Thank you so much for joining us, Marcus.
Thanks for having me.
All right, go Irish, beat Buckeyes. Let's send it over to Ann Maxfield at the performance stage. Ann?
Thank you, Vahid. I am here with PEMCO, Notre Dame student-run musical theater group, and they're going to tap dance their way through Forget About the Boy. Take it away.
Canary in a cage for me. This canary's ready to fly free. Cut the cord. Is that a man I once adored? He's nothing but an albatross, no great loss, double crosser. Forget about the boy, pull the plug. Ain't he the one who pulled the rug? He's lower than an alley cat, dirty rat, and I flatter. Forget about the boy, forget about the boy, forget about the boy. And in the moonlight, don't you think about him? Sister, you're much better off without him. You can blow the blues a kiss goodbye and put the sun back in the sky. And when he comes crawling, I'm not falling, shout hooray and hallelujah. Now me and Mr. Wrong are through. I'll find myself another beau who I know is no rover. Forget about the boy, forget about the boy, forget about Jimmy, oh Jimmy. Milton, Percy, Jimmy. Jimmy, oh Jimmy, silly boy. Gee, what a real swell guy. Forget about the boy. Jimmy, oh Jimmy, oh what joy he
job, you guys. Now back to the studio. Colleen?
All right, thank you, and they were fantastic. All right, joining us from the Notre Dame Club of Indianapolis is Notre Dame alum Matt Greco. Matt, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
Good
to
to have you. Well, tell us a little bit about your Notre Dame experience, Matt, and how you came to be involved with the Notre Dame Club of Indianapolis.
Absolutely. So I grew up in Mishawaka, so my first experience with Notre Dame is through the football team. My grandpa was an usher at the stadium for over 45 years, so that was my first introduction. When I was a senior in high school, I started looking at them more seriously as a college. I fell in love with the place when I came and visited. I lived in O'Neill Hall, class of 2004, and loved my time there. As far as the ND Club in Indianapolis, it actually started with my wife, who took a part-time job with the club as their membership manager. And I saw how she was involved and wanted to get involved myself, so volunteered to join the board back in 2017, and kind of worked through and volunteered and helped with the club, and the club president today.
And you just said, you talk about all the opportunities that happen when you think of the alumni clubs for Notre Dame. It's a great chance to connect and socialize, but the Notre Dame Club of Indianapolis also does a lot of service work in the community. Tell us a little bit about that, maybe some of the highlight activities that your club has undertaken.
Absolutely. We're very proud of our annual service project. It's called Shamrock Sacks. In 2018, we asked our local members what we wanted to fight for along the lines of what the Notre Dame University's campaign was. And they all voted to fight childhood hunger. In Indianapolis, we actually have 5 ACE academies, which is one of the highest numbers in the country. And 95% of those students are on free or reduced lunch. And often those meals while they're at school is the only time they have a dependable meal that they can be certain they're going to get. So now every December, we pack upwards of 1,200 meals, or these Shamrock Sacks for these students, filled with healthy, shelf-stable food that the kids are able to take home over Christmas break, so we know they have something while they're at home from school. Last year, one of the fundraisers we decided to do was called Sacks for Sacks, and thanks to Coach Freeman and all the defensive players, we raised over $7,000 with their school record number of sacks that people pledged money, and for each sack, and we just started watching the numbers grow as the season went on. Thanks to that, we're having a second Shamrock Sacks event next Saturday in conjunction with the Young ND Day of Service, where we're going to be packing sacks, and we're also going to create a new nature playground at one of our Archdiocese of Indianapolis schools.
Wow, you guys are just doing incredible work out there. Let's also talk about the club sponsoring a scholarship for Notre Dame students. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so supporting our students is a core part of our mission here in Indianapolis. Our scholarship fund was established back in 1937 with just $400. And now we've grown it considerably. We give 4-year awards to our local students who are admitted to Notre Dame who demonstrate financial need. A lot of people don't know our area goes west to east across the state. So we have students from Terre Haute, we have students from Richmond, we have students from Bloomington. So they're all over central Indiana. Right now, for this academic year, we have 73 students that we are supporting, which is the second largest Notre Dame scholarship program in the country. And the past few years, ND Day has been our single biggest fundraiser. I believe we have won the AA club size class the last 3 years. And looking at the leaderboard, we have a little bit of work to do to catch the great people in Denver, but we're up for the challenge the rest of the day.
All right, well, thank you, Matt, for all the work you're doing, and thank you, of course, for being here today on Notre Dame Day. All right, next we're going to head back out to Ann Maxfield for another great live performance.
Thank you, Colleen. I am here with the Notre Dame Pom Squad, the incomparable Notre Dame Pom Squad, and they are here to perform Don't Stop.
I say y'all having a good time out there.
Notre Dame Pomp Squad, and back to the studio. Vahid?
All right, thank you so much. We're already looking forward to football Saturdays after that. Thank you, Ann. Our next guest is a professor, Ron Matoyer, a professor and associate dean in the College of Engineering, who's working on developing a cutting-edge solution to the problem of food deserts. Professor Matoyer, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's talk about food deserts, what they are exactly, and how are people impacted by living in one?
Right. So actually, as it turns out, we've learned recently the term food deserts it's fallen out of favor a bit,
okay.
But for various reasons. But that's not important. The important thing is that these are areas in a community where access to affordable, high-quality food is simply a challenge, right? And so therefore, it affects people because they can't get the food, high-quality, healthy food at reasonable prices.
So you took that as a challenge. So now you're working on a solution to that problem in the form of an app. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah, I can tell you about the app. So we see this problem as twofold. Access to information and the physical access to the food. So on the information access side, you can think about anyone who goes shopping, right? There's a lot of things that you need to take into account, right? You might have a certain budget, you might have certain ways that you can pay for your food. Maybe it's cash, maybe you're using government assistance. You might have certain health goals, you might have allergens, right? So there's all this information that you have to aggregate in order to make a healthy decision. And so we see that as a challenge for individuals. How do we help them find all the information they need and aggregate that information to make healthy choices? And once they make those healthy choices, then there's the physical access part. So how do we get the food to them? And so we're looking at using the app as a way to help them make choices and then make the purchase online. And then the food will be delivered to a hub location. So rather than individual delivery to each home, which can be expensive, we want to aggregate deliveries for that community, have them picked up by one truck, deliver it to a local hub location where then the community members can come pick up their food.
Was the technology piece of it a big piece of why you went to the app as part of the solution or helping with the solution? Because there's so many forms out there that you could go with. Why was the app the best method?
Yeah, that's a good question. So apps are a great interface between people and computation, right? So we can use the app to collect the information we need from the individuals. We can learn about their allergens, their likes, their dislikes, their budget, all that information. And then we could take that and feed it to a back end, which is where all this computation might happen. It could happen on a cloud server somewhere. And then that information, that computation can happen on a cloud server. We can come up with some recommendations for the user. We can send those back through the app and present them to the user through the application. And then make those recommendations for which items we think they should be purchasing that week to make optimal choices.
So what's next for you and this project?
Yeah, so we're right in the middle of the design process, and so we've come up with lots of ideas about what we think should be in this app, what it should look like, how it should work. And so we now need to get those out in front of community members, the people who will actually be using them. And so we're doing what we call usability studies, where we take our low-fidelity prototypes, which are mostly sketches of what we think the app's going to look like and how it's going to work. And we sit down with potential users, we ask them to try things out with it, we get their feedback, and we use that to iterate on the design. So that's the next step.
Well, Ron, congratulations. Professor Matoyer, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Professor Matoyer joining us here on Notre Dame Day. We're going to be right back. Stay with us.
Thomas Aquinas tells us to love both those whose opinions we share and those whose opinions we reject.
There's always a line.
For they all help us in our search for truth.
You get what I'm saying? Like, all we're doing is shouting.
This land was made for you and me.
All right, and welcome back to Notre Dame Day. And joining us now is Santiago Schnell, the new William K. Warren Foundation of the College of Science. Dean Schnell is a renowned mathematical biologist coming to Notre Dame from such places as Michigan University and Oxford. Dean Schnell, first of all, welcome to Notre Dame Day. We're very happy that you're here.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
His first Notre Dame Day. And you started your career in industry, specifically designing hair products from Procter & Gamble. So tell us a little bit about that experience and how you decided to kind of switch gears to pursue a career in academia.
Well, it was a unique opportunity to actually make an impact by developing new products and helping hundreds of people, well, millions of people, as a matter of fact, having a hair more shiny and beautiful. But at the same time, that idea of having a hair shiny and more beautiful, it made me think about my deathbed. So where I was then surrounded by my grandkids, and then they were asking me, Grandpa, what you did with your life?
Yeah.
And when I imagined myself saying, well, I did hair more shiny and beautiful, I thought this is not the way I would like to die. So I would like to make a bigger impact. And I have a vocation for education and basic science research. So my goal was actually shifting towards that direction. So I wanted to return back to academia, have the opportunity to transform people's lives through education, but at the same time, by pursuing research in the laboratory.
Yeah, you're absolutely making an impact. And I know that you have been very open about your family's history with rare diseases. So can you share that experience with the audience, as well as kind of how that influenced and the trajectory of the work that you do?
Yeah, so well, I come from a family that are the carriers of an extremely rare disease. It's called Haddad syndrome. And we're not aware that the family have that disease. So my mother, she lost a number of babies, either newborns or miscarriage. And the same thing happened with my sister. And even though I was the first newborn that was successfully raised and became an adult for my parents, with my sister, so it happens a couple of times. And then when the first child that survived was born, so suddenly was diagnosed with the disease. And then we went back and studied family history, and we discovered that we have that rare gene. The surprising thing is that my sister was incredibly frustrated with the disease, and she wanted to figure out what scientists we could be doing. And I explained to her, not much, because your child has an incredibly rare disease that we call in the scientific environment an orphan disease. Orphan because the governments, they don't see taxpayers in the children that suffer rare diseases, but at the same time, many pharmaceutical companies, they don't see future customers. So, and when I explained that to her, so she broke into tears. She told me, my child is not an orphan, so he has parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunts. And I told her, well, what would you like me to do? I said, look, try to work on this area and see if you can make an impact. And since then, I started to achieve my research career towards the study of rare and neglected diseases.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that story, and that truly is impactful. And I mean, I have to say, you have such an impressive academic career in a short amount of time. So what kind of made you see the light and come to Notre Dame?
Well, it's two reasons. I'm a very devout Catholic, so and I wanted to hold an academic career in leadership in a Catholic institution. Notre Dame offered me that opportunity, but at the same time, Notre Dame has something in the spirit of the way we do science and engineering, which is quite unique. So we don't measure the impact by the ivory tower standards. We measure the impact on how we're transforming people's life by looking at the social mission of how our science and our research is changing people's life, not only in the United States, but around the world. And that motto of looking for solutions that they have a practical impact, in the same way that I have in Procter & Gamble when I was developing products. Our science has a direct translation to solve the people's problems. The way I say this, in the Middle Ages, universities, they were operating with this motto, which is spes in celi, pes in terra, which is head or hopes in the heavens, but the feet on the earth. And that's the way we operate at Notre Dame. So we want to make sure that we're solving the problems that are very big and important in academia, but at the same time, can we ground them into the planet Earth to solve people's problems? So that's what primarily attractive. And we have outstanding scientists and engineers working on that area.
Yeah, right here on
Yes,
campus.
on campus.
Thank you. And of course, you have a more global perspective than most of our former deans, raised in Venezuela by family of German and Spanish descent and completed graduate training in England. So what are your global aspirations for the College of Science?
Well, one of the things that we have to do is increase our international visibility. So we have an exceptional ranking when it comes into the national universities, but somehow internationally, people don't know how great we are. And the goal is, by working with Notre Dame International, having our scientists nominated to more national and international awards, and as well having our scientists going around the world to show the solutions they're providing for problems that are relevant for global health, environmental impact, physical and the chemical sciences. I want the College of Science to be lifted. But when the College of Science is lifted visibly at the international scale, as well the rest of the university is going to be doing that.
Yep. Truly having a global impact. And Dean Schnell, thank you so much, of course, for being on Notre Dame Day. And next, we're going to check in with Jenna Liberto to see how that Lego build on the main building's going. Jenna?
Hi there. Look, what is happening here is we are in the middle of an interactive, immersive Lego art exhibit. I'm here with Reverend Bob Simon. He is our Lego master, also an alumni of Notre Dame back in '96, right?
Yes, yes.
Now, students are walking by. Everyone's checking. Everyone has a question for you. They're sharing a Lego story with you. What are some of the questions you're getting about the progress that you've made, which we're going to check out in just a minute?
Well, as people see the size, they're asking me about how I got it here, you know, how long it's taken to work on this project. Lots of questions from people, always like thinking Lego has sort of a template for this or a kit for this, explaining no. They imagine I'm from the Lego company, you know, I explain no, not a part of the Lego company, you know, and stuff. So yeah, explaining all that, and just they're marveling that it's not custom pieces, that it's the regular pieces that Lego makes.
And you've put it together in just this beautiful arrangement that makes the main building the signature piece of the Notre Dame campus. Take us through some of the detail you have now that we're unveiling the front. Here it is.
So not only the iconic front porch and those windows, the cross on top, there's the little, it's a sticker, as Lego uses stickers. We have 1879, they're the year that it was built. The ND right under the cross. But then what makes it come to life too are some of the things that are part of the Notre Dame experience.
The people.
Like the people and the squirrels. The squirrels running around the campus. So we have a sister over here, we have a golf cart, there's the leprechaun. There's always people taking pictures. So I made sure that there's at least several people taking pictures. You know, there's a combination of people wearing Notre Dame attire, you know, there. Again, we're using stickers. I used the Lego store in New York where you could design a torso and put some Notre Dame logos on there. You know, we have some priests and seminarian on the steps. Over on the other side there, probably the most commented thing on by the students and people in the Notre Dame family is the bicycle in the tree.
We love it.
There. I made sure I put a skateboard because I thought I was going to be run over by at least 3 in the last few days, you know, and stuff there. There's some bicycles. There's even an engagement happening over there as well. Because I think a lot of proposals have happened in front of this building.
Well, we just love the progress you've made, and if you would like to keep track of what Father Bob is doing, you can do so at notredameday.nd.edu. Click on the Lego Cam under Resources, but we'll be back later this evening. He's going to make a lot more progress, including on that Golden Dome. We'll see you soon. Vahid, back to you in the studio.
Jenna, thanks so much. Patty Champion, a professor of biological sciences, was appointed to be the first director of postdoctoral studies in the College of Science this year. She's here today to talk about postdoctoral studies program along with Daniele Miranda, a postdoc in environmental science researching carcinogens in the Great Lakes. Patty, Daniele, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Patty, first off, tell us about the Director of Postdoctoral Studies position. What is your role in that, and why is postdoctoral research so important here at Notre Dame?
Thanks. So my goal in this position is basically to design a mentoring and training program to prepare postdocs for their career. Postdocs are super important to the research enterprise. They play two roles. They mentor our graduate students and our undergraduates, and they also conduct research, write manuscripts, present their findings, write grants. So they are really central to the research enterprise here at Notre Dame.
And you yourself were even a postdoc and have a lot of experience in the academy. You earned a PhD. Does your experience help? I can imagine it does in this position that you're in.
Absolutely. I mean, it's directly applicable. I think it's just, I'm just super excited to have the opportunity to mentor these young postdocs and help them as they pursue their careers.
And Daniele, tell us about the research you're doing in the postdoc and why you chose to pursue the work here at Notre Dame.
So I'm investigating the PFAS, those compounds called PFAS in fish from the Great Lakes. And this research is really important because those compounds, they are in our day-by-day lives. We are in touch, we are with them every day in our lives, when we cook in non-fry sticking pans or in makeups and also industrial applications, and they are carcinogenic compounds. And I chose being here because I think the University of Notre Dame that has this great combination of bringing the science to the society. We have different programs to do that. So, and I can tell you about some if you have time. But yeah,
you've worked in multiple countries around the world, Daniele. Tell us what about the difference in attitudes surrounding. Engagement and taking care of the environment working all over the world.
So yeah, I can highlight this thing of this integration of science and society, and because we cannot just do our science and keep it just for us. We have to embrace also the society and tell them what we are doing and how they can join us in this, and taking care of the environment. So I think I can see different things like that, and I can highlight here in the University of Notre Dame, we have this group called Environment Change Initiative, and we bring the society to different programs, which I think it's really nice.
Well, what you're doing is truly changing the world, so thank you. Patty, finally, tell us a little bit about your future endeavors here in this new position and maybe what's on tap, what you have scheduled for that.
So what I'm trying to do is develop a structured program to help postdocs with professional development and mentoring. And we hope that we can grow the postdoc enterprise so that it will continue to increase our research enterprise as well.
And Daniele, besides changing the world is what you're doing. Tell us what's next for you.
So yeah, I hope I can stay here one more year. I'm staying here for one more year or more. And I hope I can amplify this research. I can be in a different position as in a university, and keep research, keeping helping the environment.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you both for being here at Notre Dame Day, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
And we're going to be right back on Notre Dame Day 2022. Stay right here.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other, because we're running out of time.
And welcome back to Notre Dame Day. Joining us now is Sister Annie Killian, the Public Humanities Postdoctoral Fellow at the university's Medieval Institute, which celebrated its 75th anniversary last fall with an assortment of exciting community activities that included falcons, duels, and more. Sounds super cool. Sister Annie, thank you so much for being here. Let's start by hearing a little bit more about you and kind of what brought you to Notre Dame and the Medieval Institute. We're so intrigued by this.
Yes, well, this is a new postdoctoral fellowship position
So my background is in studying medieval literature, and I'm interested in community engagement and public-facing work. This is an emergent area for scholars to move into, and so this is a really wonderful investment by Notre Dame and the Medieval Institute to be focusing on the public humanities, and especially for medieval history and culture, you might not think of community engagement, but we're really breaking new ground with this work.
That is so exciting, and like I mentioned, it's the 75th anniversary of the Medieval Institute, so what kind of activities were organized then to celebrate the occasion, and really how did the community get involved with this?
Yes, well, we had a number of game day events. We brought in a group that does stage fighting and historically informed combat to show us medieval sword play. We had a falconer who raises hunting birds, who brought the birds to campus. They weren't allowed to fly because of the
there's a
planes
photo
overhead. And we had a bladesmith who showed us how to do metal forging, how this was done in the past. So we're bringing in artisans and educators from the larger Michiana region to come to campus and be educating our community here.
Yeah, and you just talked about some of those really exciting events kind of surrounding everything. So will the Institute continue this type of community engagement moving forward in the future?
We will. We are planning already for next fall for more game day events. We'll bring back the Theatrica Gladiatoria combat group. Hopefully there will be some audience participation in an entirely family-friendly, safe environment. We're also going to have a manuscript book making activity for our families and alumni.
Oh, that's great. And Sister Annie, when most people hear the words like medieval, Middle Ages, they probably think of knights in shining armor, dueling, jousting. It all sounds very exciting, but why else is it important to study the Middle Ages?
Yes, so many of our institutions and cultural heritage is from this period. So representative assemblies in government, the universities, were invented during this period. Love songs, vernacular literatures, including English poetry. These are from the Middle Ages. So what we can learn so much by studying the cultural achievements from this time.
Well, sounds like you guys have a lot of exciting things going on, and thank you so much, of course, for sharing your story, Sister Annie, with us here on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
All right, let's head over now to Indy Jackson. Let's get a giving update. Indy?
Thank you, and welcome back to the Social Media Lounge, where we have near 17,000 participants, nearly $1.8 million raised, and over 689 clubs affected by you guys' work. Checking in with us right now, we have representatives from the Mendoza LGBTQ and Allies Club. On my left, we have Nick Yannick and Katie Thor. Katie Thor, correct. So can you tell me a little bit about how the club got started, why it's important, and why you're involved?
Yes, so our club is the Mendoza LGBTQ and Allies Club, and so we were started in 2017, as a lot of other MBA programs also have an LGBTQ club, and so we were really formed to increase our presence on campus and to really enhance the awareness of the community. So we based our values around the university's values of tender, strong, and true, where our goals are to unify for strength, heal with tenderness, and enlighten with truth. And so that's what really guides our initiatives and the things that we do throughout the campus to promote our community.
And that's beautiful. So Katie, can you tell me, we're raising money for you guys' club. What is it going to be used for?
So we have 3 initiatives for the upcoming year. The first is to sponsor our students to go to a conference in the fall where they can secure their internships and their post-MBA jobs. Next will be to host an in-person diversity, equity, and inclusion panel. Last year we had great success with the virtual one, but being in person would really have a bigger impact for our community. And then the third is to build a very robust website for our current students and our future candidates so they understand the resources and the opportunities available to them by getting an MBA at Notre Dame.
That's wonderful. And what's something that you want people to know about this club that they might not necessarily know right now?
So our club, again, has really started up this last year, and so we want to carry that momentum into the coming year. And so that's why we're asking to raise $5,000 to help support those initiatives and really grow and expand. Our community in the NBA is only 1% that identifies LGBTQ+. So it's a very small group, so we do rely on our allies a lot and you as donors to help support our initiatives.
And I think, too, it echoes the Mendoza calls of growing the good in business. And this is just another venue for our students to be able to do that, not only at Mendoza, but in their future workplace as well.
Can you talk about the growing the goods in business a little more? Elaborate on that. What does that mean?
Yeah, so that means going beyond the bottom line of the business, seeing people in your future workplaces and communities as fellow people and more than just what you're trying to do as a profit for a company, more building a community and a space that's safe for everyone.
Okay. Well, that's been it. You guys have been phenomenal. It's been great. And now we're calling and inviting you to support these people as they grow their $5,000 goal. They're right here at $1,825, almost there. Let's get them there. Go to notredameday.nd.edu. Click the green button. Make a gift. Donate. Give it to them. Help them rise in the leadership board. And that is all from the Social Media Lounge, and we'll have more Notre Dame Day content to you right after this break.
I joined the Army at 17 because the reality is I was more afraid of a college classroom than I was of a war zone. I served as a medic with the 173rd Airborne, and during my time in Afghanistan, I often treated a lot of traumatic brain injuries. And then one day, I suffered one myself. I spent an entire year seeing neurosurgeons and neurologists where at the end of the day, they told me, there's not much that we can do for you. There's not a cure for this type of injury. But I wasn't ready to accept that there were no other options for service members like me.
After being medically discharged from the Army and earning his undergraduate degree, Jamie Hentig became a PhD student in the University of Notre Dame's biology department. His research focuses on developing therapies that will mitigate the effects of a traumatic brain injury before it occurs.
Nearly 200,000 service members transition from the military to civilian life every year, and it's our responsibility here at Notre Dame to honor those that serve and to help them, because that transition is not always easy.
There are mornings where I'll wake up and my wife will ask me why there's a textbook in the refrigerator, and I don't remember. I don't know why. It's just scary. As a patient, it is so scary. My motivation comes from I don't want people to have to deal with that. I don't want a little kid who falls off the playground to have to deal with it. I don't want an 80-year-old man who falls off his couch to have to deal with it. And I don't want a military service member to have to deal with it.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for my military community.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Growing up, I could do everything anyone else could. Then, when I was 14, I went from being completely normal to not being able to walk without passing out. I was in and out of the hospital for about a year. Finally, the doctors discovered that I have a rare circulation disorder called POTS, which stands for postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. My internal thermostat is broken. Even though I couldn't have a normal life, I could still be successful in my own way.
As a PhD student at the University of Notre Dame, Nina Kickel-Corey made a scientific breakthrough. She discovered a new cell in the heart called cardiac nexus glia, which maintains the type of heart rate that is typically seen in POTS patients.
found that if you remove these cells in the heart, it can actually change heart rate and rhythm.
Here at Notre Dame, we encourage graduate students to choose research that can change the world. Nina's work has every potential to do that.
This discovery could actually be the first step in understanding POTS in patients like myself.
It's amazing to watch Nina work because she doesn't let POTS slow her down. And the days that it's a little bit harder, that's where I step in.
During COVID, I've been in the at-risk group, and so I could not have succeeded without the help of my lab mates.
I definitely will. I'll see you later, Lauren.
Being in the Smith lab at Notre Dame has been life-changing. They say your friends are there to pick you up when you fall down. Well, they've literally been there to pick me up when I fall down in lab.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for research that matters.
We are the Fighting Irish.
And welcome to Hour 9 of Notre Dame Day 2022, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Gary Sieber, proud member of the class of 1981 and a recently retired 30-year adjunct instructor in film, television, and theater.
Gary, I'm really excited to be with you today for Notre Dame Day. I'm Emily Evans. I work in the enrollment division, a former local news anchor. We're coming to you live today from campus to share great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who make this place special.
Now, these stories will be coming to you over the next few hours through interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and we'll have performances by Notre Dame student musical groups. And we're inviting you to participate by making a gift, any gift, to any of the more than 900 student causes here on campus. To give, it's very simple. Just click on the link, notredameday.nd.edu. And while you're on the website, check out the live feed of Father Bob Simon's Lego build of the main building, what most of us would call the Dome. We will be checking in with Father Simon throughout the broadcast today. Look at that, under construction. That's notredameday.nd.edu.
And we'll pause the live broadcast at the end of this hour. Then we'll be back again tonight from 6:42 p.m. to midnight, all Eastern Standard Time.
Yep. Coming up in this hour, we'll be talking to the Dean of the School of Architecture, a pair of basketball managers who played in their own Final Four, and so much more. But first, let's go to Tim Kenny at the Duncan Student Center for an update on how the giving is going.
All right, thanks so much. You know, we've got a lot going on down here. We're in the Student Center. Students are coming all across and getting so excited. And I'm standing here watching, the Legos go in here, and it's getting so impressive. I want to take a quick look at where we are. We had another 1,000 gift hour last hour. So exciting to see so many different student groups, clubs, residence halls that are benefiting here. Keep it coming in. Let's take a look at some of the groups that we are seeing climbing up the leaderboard. I want to give a special shout out. Last hour we had centers and institutes. I want to give a special shout out again to Buller Parsegian. We were talking about them last time. Especially as we see some of these club sports too coming up, filling in the top 10 here. This upcoming hour, we are looking at some really exciting stuff here. This is going to be our ND in the community hour. So again, remember there's a $500 challenge fund that is going to these groups, whichever of these groups receives the most gifts in the next hour. Some of them you might recognize the names for: Alliance for Catholic Education, Robinson Community Learning Center, especially also some national groups that have local clubs here. That's especially the cool part, right? These are students who are choosing to give their time to others while they're here at Notre Dame. All the hard work they're doing as students, and they're also finding a way to give back. So let's make sure that we support them so they can make an even bigger impact in the South Bend community. We also want to take this as a chance to give a special recognition to the benefactors who made this challenge fund possible for us. There are so many families that have contributed to it this year for over $500,000 that are going to be going in addition to the gifts that you are making here. So we want to just show their names here real quick and recognize again the difference they're making. Each gift that you are making here is going to be matched and have another opportunity to increase its impact. You can see their names up here on the screen. Every time that you're making a gift to a new group, that group is getting an extra share of the challenge fund. So when you're choosing where to make your gift here, remember, you can add more than one group onto this, and each group that you add is going to get another share of the challenge fund as well. So each time that you choose a new group, you're just spreading around your own impact as well with that. One other thing I just want to highlight here, I mentioned it earlier today, but these are really some special causes that you can choose to select. These are our Notre Dame clubs. We have clubs across the country. We have an incredible network of Notre Dame clubs for the whole Notre Dame family. And the special thing about giving to these groups today is that this money is going into their own local scholarships. These are scholarships for students who are in your own local community. So if you're coming from the Notre Dame Club of San Antonio and you're making a gift to the club, that's going to go to students who are coming from your own area who are coming to Notre Dame. And you're going to know that you're going to have that direct impact. You probably even know who those students are, right? So this is a really special way to celebrate and have a real direct impact here. All right, so we're going to see where this tracks over the next hour. And now we're going to throw it back upstairs to Gary. Gary, to you.
Thanks, Tim, and go Notre Dame Club of Detroit. That's where I'm from originally, so I'm doing a little rooting for you out there. Joining us now is Stefanos Palazoides, who began his tenure as the head of the architecture school in 2020 after teaching at the University of Southern California. You know, in football, we don't give them much of a break, but there was a gap between them before he came to Notre Dame. And Dean Palazoides, thank you very much for being here on Notre Dame Day. It's
delighted to be here, and everybody's entitled to a mistake or two in their life, for which they deserve forgiveness.
We will not hold it against you, because there are some beautiful buildings in Southern California and many other things too. But it's great to have you here. So let's talk about, you moved from practice into teaching, and I'd be curious which one you think is more difficult, but also what are the challenges of teaching architecture at a place like Notre Dame?
Both are difficult. Teaching is more difficult than practice because it requires a changing of minds. And I came to teach and to lead the school because I became aware as a practitioner that the more I practice, the more it was clear that architecture was moving increasingly in the direction of building individual buildings, very often very idiosyncratic and very expensive buildings, and operating less and less in the arena of making places for people to be and to live, particularly places that were diverse. So as we're in the world, in the situation where the world's getting more and more homogenized, everything looks the same almost everywhere, we came to realize, I think, that much of what we call global warming and the climate crisis in general is really the result of the way we have built our cities and we relate to nature, and the way we have forgotten our larger moral and social responsibilities to making the lives of our societies better across the board through our work.
Absolutely.
Thus, the need to come and begin the hard process of turning to a much more dedicated work of teaching to particular values and ends.
Yeah. Architecture is a discipline, I suppose you could say it's like art, it's like science. It's built on the shoulders of giants, as they say. We're always looking at the past to look forward to the future. Notre Dame has kind of a classical orientation, which is interesting when you consider that importance of history in the designs that we're making for the 21st century.
Right. Yes, I mean, there is a worldwide crisis in this respect because we keep educating people in ways that is not very responsive to making beauty, whether it's in buildings or places. And the only way to actually expect that somebody can design a beautiful building or intervene in the making of a beautiful place is to make sure they've been educated so they could do such a thing. And by beauty, we mean not only an identifiable, attractive place to the eye, but also a useful place, a durable place, an inspiring place. And we are very much sure at this point in a third-year program in this respect that a classical architectural education, be it in the connection of history, theory, technology, drawing, and design, and also in being modeled and in emulating the great buildings of the past in anticipation of what to do in the future, is the best way to prepare our students for the hard tasks ahead.
Sure. You combine architecture with urbanism, urban planning. You mentioned that a little while ago. I remember there have been experiments in this over the years. Ages ago, I guess I'm old enough to remember something called Arcosanti, which was going to be a big thing out in the Southwest, where it was taking into consideration environmental issues. Earth Day was just emerging back at that time and things, so there was more of an emphasis on that. Where do we stand on that now, and how do you combine the two practices of designing these beautiful functional buildings within the setting of an urban area?
Well, I think there are issues of urbanism that have to do with completing places or intervening within urban areas, and also on issues of extending cities, and those are slightly different from each other. But in any case, in all cases, architecture needs to address the completion of the city and its relationship with nature. And therefore, to answer the question about how it responds to particular cultures and how it responds to particular climates, because we have been generalizing our practices, particularly supported by views that have to do with technology at the heart of everything. And this turn to homogenization and to cheapness in design and to ugliness that we witness all around us has to do with the fact that we don't actually, in fact, remember what the place of our work is relative to the larger context in which it finds itself. Sure.
Notre Dame is an interesting place. There are many schools of architecture, obviously. What makes Notre Dame different in that respect, and which alumni from Notre Dame can you point to say, you know, hey, take a look at these people?
Well, I think that what makes Notre Dame absolutely unique is the force of its belief in the importance of its Catholic teaching, and which, of course, I've learned to appreciate is also a set of values that are really central to the understanding of the whole world, not only the Catholic world. So, how to treat people properly, how to respect them, how to think of our work as being centered in community, and how to be open and democratic and giving an understanding about how to structure our making on where we are in society and what our needs are and our prerogatives is a very powerful way of thinking also about how to practice architecture. And all of this gets translated, I think, in this school more than any other, in directing our students to serve, to understand themselves as being public servants in the best sense of the word. Not only geniuses, who are not, of course, ever born, but they're always made over time, but to be people who have a social conscience, who believe in the kinds of values that would generate a world that is shared by all, not only those who can afford services of architects.
Yeah, well said. I appreciate that. And Stefanos, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate it, having you here on Notre Dame Day. And let's head over to Kiki Carney for a special remote that's going on. Kiki?
Thanks, Gary. We are here at the Engineering Innovation Hub, a learning environment on the first floor of the Cushing Fitzpatrick Halls of Engineering. And I am joined by Professor Daryl Peterson, the Managing Director for the Hub. Professor Peterson, welcome to Notre Dame Day. So can you introduce yourself and your role here at the Hub?
Thank you, Kiki. Appreciate you all being here today. My name is Daryl Peterson. I'm the director here for the Engineering Innovation Hub. It's a brand new experiential learning center focused primarily on experiential undergraduate, but we also support graduate work also.
Awesome, thank you. And what are some recent projects that you guys have completed here at the Hub?
So I'm going to talk about 3 specific projects. The first one, we actually use basic FDM 3D printing technology. This is an example from the Dome. This is a very basic model. It runs pretty low cost to produce these products, but you can see the level of quality and definition is very high at a low cost. This is our Stratasys F120 unit. The second example I'd like to share, and this is one of my favorites, the Enable Club. For those of you that are not familiar, the Enable Club works with the Engineering Innovation Hub to support local disadvantaged, either financially or other resources. And then we have a young girl in a community that's got a missing hand, so she needed a prosthetic that she could not afford. This is just a first iteration model of a 5-iteration design, of which we used an a PolyJet J55. This is this actual stainless steel product. So we can actually 3D print industry-grade stainless steel for our products nowadays.
Wow, that is amazing. And what is being planned for the future of the Engineering Innovation Hub?
So the Engineering Innovation Hub, we plan to advance in automation. Automation seems to be the direction for most companies. Being able to automate and bring in new technologies, keeping a clean, efficient factory is super important for the competitiveness globally. And so we're going to make sure we grow all of our students' skills to make sure they understand not only the processes required, but what it takes to be successful in manufacturing here in the United States.
Great. And could you also mention some of your sponsors for us?
We've got multiple sponsors, but we've got companies like Pratt & Whitney. We've also got Marmon Industries and some others. All deficit, so it would be great if we could have some more funding to help with benefaction and the future support of the Engineering Innovation Hub.
Really awesome. Thank you. And what do the students do here, like on a daily basis?
So our three key metrics are safety, utilization, and cost. It's really important that all our students all the equipment on a day-to-day basis to really support not only their classes and curriculum, but also the clubs in support of minor research projects.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Professor Peterson. And now back to you, Emily.
All right, thank you, Kiki. Joining us now are Father John Doriso and Father Gabe Griggs, two Holy Cross priests here to tell us about their vocations. Father John, Father Gabe, welcome to Notre Dame Day. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Wonderful. Father John, you're an alumnus of the university and a Holy Cross priest, but also the vocation director for the Congregation of Holy Cross. Can you tell us a little bit about that work and what you do as a vocation director?
Yeah, so the vocation director, in that role, I accompany young men who are in the process of discerning God's call in their life. Our common call as Christians is the call to love, but how one lives out that call, that is determined by one's state in life. And so in the Office of Vocations, we accompany these young men in attuning their ear to listen to God's call, and then to, if they should discern, and we discern with them, that Holy Cross is the place where they can live out that vocational love, then we accompany them through the application process for the Congregation of Holy Cross.
Right. And Father Gabe, we were just briefly discussing this, or you mentioned your ordination over the last weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Again on that. Tell us, when did you start thinking about a possible vocation, and when did you reach out to Father John?
Sure. I also did undergrad here. I graduated in 2014. First time I thought about vocation to religious life or the priesthood was my junior year, at the end of my junior year. So I thought about it, put it off for senior year, and eventually found my way down to Purdue to do graduate work in stats. And it was in the middle of that year that I really felt seriously called to discern religious life and priesthood. And actually, at that time, I was looking at all sorts of other communities. Franciscans, Jesuits, Dominicans, looking all over. And the vocation director, who was actually a different vocation director at that time, Father Jim Gallagher, he's the new rector of the seminary, he reached out to me and he said, I've caught wind of the fact that you're discerning a vocation. I don't know if you're looking at Holy Cross or not, but I'd be happy to walk you through discerning. So we got to know each other very well over the course of the next couple of months. And eventually he said, why don't you come to Moreau Seminary? I'm from South Bend. Why don't you come up here and just spend a weekend here and process your discernment? I fell in love with Holy Cross that weekend. I read our history, read about our mission, read about our spirituality, and so it's sort of a back entrance, and that's how I found Holy Cross, and that's when I first started discerning. And I entered the next academic year, so it was a pretty quick entry for me.
You knew.
I did know, yeah. It was kind of, yeah.
Awesome, wonderful. Father John, what are some of the programs and offerings available for those considering a vocation to the Congregation of Holy Cross?
So here at Notre Dame, we have two discernment groups for undergraduate and graduate students. One's called Her Loyal Sons, and the other is called Noli Timere, which means be not afraid. So we gather together and reflect on discernment and on vocation. And in fact, Father Gabe here helps lead the Noli Timere group. In addition to the discernment groups, we also invite students over to spend a weekend at the seminary with the men in formation, as Father Gabe did. We also have a backpacking hike that we do now during fall break. So that's a new initiative of the office. We took about a dozen men on the Appalachian Trail last spring. And another offering of our office is to go to Rome in the spring semester. So God willing, we hope to finally be able to do that, I hope, again, in 2023. But a lot of what I do in the office is I actually meet with men one-on-one, a lot over coffee and the fun or here in Duncan, and just talk with them about their own discernment journey. And as Father Gabe mentioned, like share with them a bit about our spirituality, our charisma as the Men of Holy Cross, our apostolic works around the world, including also here at Notre Dame. So we try to offer men who are in discernment different opportunities to listen to God's call and to answer that call.
And Father Gabe, now that you are a Holy Cross priest, what will you be doing for the congregation?
So this past year, I've been serving as the rector of Keogh Hall, and I will continue on as the rector of Keogh. So during the academic year, I'm the rector. I'm not sure yet what I'm doing over the summer, but I love being a rector. It's an awesome job.
Sounds like a fun one. From the students I've talked to, they love their rectors, so you are well loved. Father John, what can we do to help those who have a vocation to the priesthood and the congregation?
Yeah, by the way, I live in Morrissey Manor as priest in residence, so I want to give a shout out to them too.
Shout out to Morrissey.
Yeah, I mean, I think what folks can do is encourage young men to consider the vocation. It's a beautiful life. The priesthood has been a source of amazing joy for me. And also we have the religious brotherhood in Holy Cross. So to encourage men to think about it, for folks to also direct men to Holy Cross, maybe folks out in their parishes somewhere in the country who have an experience of Notre Dame to say, hey, there's a good group of men at Notre Dame who have a great mission. And so to encourage those men to reach out to us. And also prayer, of course, is really important. I mean, this is God's call, right? It's about an encounter with the person of Christ. And so it's about praying for vocations. So those prayers mean a lot to us.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both for being here and for joining us for Notre Dame Day.
Thanks so much, Emily.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to have you. All right, next let's head over to my colleague here at the University of Notre Dame and great friend Vahid Sadrzadeh at the performance stage. Vahid?
Hey, Emily, thanks so much. Student managers are the unsung heroes of sports teams. If you know, they break down film, assist in drills, and may even help the coaches scout. While they normally aren't part of the limelight on the court or on the field, the Notre Dame men's basketball student managers recently had the opportunity and the chance to take center stage during the Final Four. Here to tell us more is Notre Dame senior Joey Van Boxtel, thanks so much, and freshman Liam France, two of the Fighting Irish student managers. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us on. It's an honor to represent the men's basketball program and the student managers, and we're just really happy to be here.
When I first saw this trophy, I was astonished. It's phenomenal, by the way. Joey, tell us how you became involved with the basketball team and what your responsibilities are as student manager.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, basketball and athletics has always been a big part of my life. So coming to school here at Notre Dame 4 years ago, knew I wanted to stay involved, be a part of a team-like atmosphere. So when I was a freshman, I reached out to members of the coaching staff, was lucky enough to be selected for our group, and just have really been blessed to be a part of the program and the team these past 4 years. It's been a great experience, and it's really a all-hands-on-deck kind of role, a lot of stuff behind the scenes, helping out with things like practice, games, doing workouts with the guys, and just anything we can do to help facilitate the program, make things run better. We take pride in doing the little things and having a strong work ethic, so I've really enjoyed just the experience overall.
Liam, tell us about the opportunity to be at the Final Four and not only participating in it, winning it.
Yeah, so just the opportunity to go to New Orleans was just amazing. It was a great way to celebrate kind of such a successful season as a team and as a manager squad. The whole Fan Fest day where we played was just incredible. The court there was unlike anything I've really ever seen. And then even the fans, like the stands, you'd look up and you would see head coaches from Power 5 schools from all over the country, which was amazing just to have them watching you, cheering you on. And it was so much fun. The games, very, very close battles, but the grit showed through and we won, which was just a lot of fun. And I think it really is just something that we'll be able to continue to hold together as a squad going forward. We'll always remember this, like Joey, as he graduates, when he comes and visits, he's going to remember the manager squad winning the national championship.
Well, you guys certainly got a lot of love on social media. Tell us a little bit about the reaction there and really about the experience, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, it just blew us away. I was so impressed with the setup in New Orleans at Fan Fest and just having so many people there supporting us, having Coach Solomon there. Huge shout out to him. He was coaching us up throughout our games, making sure we were talking, defending, a lot of the things that he gets on our actual team for. He was making sure we were doing the same as well. And then just the support from the ND community, just everyone on Twitter who helped us get there in the first place, who contributed to our trip. It's a memory, like Liam said, that we'll always remember, and we're just so lucky and really appreciative of all the support that we had from just the best community in all of sports.
Well, you said you're a senior, so what's next for you?
Yeah, so I'll be in Chicago next year working in investment banking. Have a couple of months off between graduation and starting work, so looking forward to a lot of time with friends and family and just reflecting on just a really incredible and special experience here at Notre Dame the past 4 years.
And quickly, Liam, can you run it back next year?
Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to make it back, and we're going to have some off-season training where we're going to be back and better than ever.
All right, you guys, congratulations, and thank you so much. Go Irish.
Thank you so much for having us on. Go Irish.
Gary, we'll send it back up to you.
Thanks, Fahid. Very much appreciate it. You know, this is an interview I've been wanting to do for a long time. This is great. I want you to introduce you to two people. Anthony Rio is the outgoing station manager of NDTV. Some of you will be familiar with that. He's getting ready to graduate in a few weeks. Meantime, Kieran Cantwell, a junior, is getting ready to take over as the new station manager at NDTV. So, Kieran, Anthony, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Now, you know, you're normally the ones running all the cameras. Now you're sitting in front. So it's kind of an odd experience, right?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for having me, and I'm sure Kieran feels the same way, but this is so incredible to be here in our studio being interviewed by ND Day.
Yeah, so the other end of the work. I got to tell you, I was here and I taught in film, television, and theater for 30 years, and so I was there at the very beginning when NDTV started. And it was in the basement, in the catacombs of Washington Hall. It was dark, it was musky. I think there were like 2 tape decks and 1 camera, and you had to check out the camera, and everybody at the time said, what are they going to put on TV? You know, so tell us what NDTV does now.
Yeah, I joined my freshman year when we had just recently moved to the Duncan Student Center, and there were about 6 of us. We did 1 production called Shamrock Sports, and since then we've grown to do so much. Shamrock Sports, ND Sunrise, a morning news show. We've done political coverage, Black at ND films in our studio. We have a show called El Calentón, which is put on by the Puerto Rican Student Association, showcasing some of the issues and culture around Puerto Rico. So we've really grown to do so much.
Yeah, and Karen, you're stepping into this now. Anthony's been running the station for 2 years. What are your challenges going forward? I mean, you already have now a lot more programming than you used to, so what are you trying to do?
Yeah, I think that the main thing that Anthony brought to NDTV that no one else could have done is the culture. You know, it's really a family here at NDTV, and so keeping up that culture is going to be my #1 job. It's going to be really hard. We're going to miss Anthony a lot. He was such a great station manager and a great friend, a great mentor for me as well. But I think that he equipped me with everything I need to take that challenge head on, and I think we're going to have a great year next year.
Yeah, well, let me ask the freshman year question. Karen, what's your major?
I do film and television.
Okay, so you film, television, and theater. Okay, Anthony, how about you?
Management consulting.
Management, all right. So do you want to get into the business end of TV? I mean, is that what you want to do, or are you just kind of looking at this is sort of a hobby and I'm going to go a different direction?
Yeah, when I came to Notre Dame, I was looking to do something totally different than I had the opportunity to do in my high school. So I found this as a hobby, and I definitely will take the skills that I've learned here and carry them on into the workforce. And maybe I'll end up in media one day, but right now it's just a hobby.
Well, there's a lot of stations out there that need good station managers. I can just sort of tell you that on the sly here. Karen, how about you? You looking at a career in broadcasting, or is this something that is just kind of like biding your time here?
Yeah, so when I came here to Notre Dame as a freshman, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but getting involved in NDTV got me interested in the film and television world. And I've always loved sports, always had a passion for them. And so any type of sports broadcasting, sports television production, anything that get me involved in the sports world is something that I'm going to do. And the great resources here at Notre Dame, top tier athletic facilities and teams. And so it's been a great experience working in the sports community here.
Anthony, let me ask you real quickly because, you know, things happen so quickly in broadcasting. So a couple of years ago, nothing was ever going to top Netflix. Netflix was like the darling of Wall Street. Now it just lost like 40% off its stock. And everybody's like, Netflix, that's so old. So what's the future of television? What do you view it?
Wow, putting me really on the spot here.
Professors do that.
Oh, yeah. I think we just really need to think about what's the content that people want and where do they want to get it, and really just stay in tune with people, talking to people and seeing where they're getting their information. There's a lot of talk about the metaverse out there. Maybe people will get their content actually be put inside of TV and get to act as actors in TV shows. Just an idea.
Yeah. Karen, how do you use TV? I mean, and I say that as a guy who watched TV with little rabbit ears on the top of the TV set. You could get 4 stations, and now there's like 100,000 stations out there.
Yeah, I think that the streaming services, you mentioned Netflix, yeah, I think it's going more away from the cable that traditionally we all view television as, and going more toward smart TV, download an app that you can watch a certain channel or a certain content. So it's really it's very selective for the user, and so you really get to decide what you want to watch, when you want to watch it, and for how long.
Well, you said you're really interested in sports, so let me ask you a sports TV question, and that is, you've seen big layoffs from ESPN, from Sports Illustrated. I mean, sports is all over the place now, so what's the future of televised sports? All subscription?
I think so. Besides the local sporting teams, I think they'll remain on cable. But yeah, I think that the big ones, ESPN, they're going ESPN Plus is becoming more and more popular. So I think that it's going to be more streaming services like that to reach a really niche audience, and then you're going to get to be able to pick, what do I want to watch today, and then you're going to have all these options, ESPN Plus and things like that. So
it's a strange world because CNN Plus just opened and closed in the same week. So, that's the nature of TV. Anyway, I wish both of you the world of luck. Anthony, after graduation, just really good luck to you. I hope that you stay in touch with your university and all of us still plodding along here in TV. And Karen, I'll be looking forward to getting together with you next year maybe and seeing where you're at with NDTV.
That'll be great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. And now let's head over to a person who was my co-anchor here on Notre Dame Day a couple of years ago. Ann Maxfield is at the performance stage. Ann?
Hi, Gary. It's nice to see you again and work with you again. I am here once again with the fabulous and fabulously talented Chloe Agnew, singer, songwriter, and member of Celtic Women. She's here once again to sing Ireland, I'm Going Home.
They say Mother Earth is breathing with each wave that finds the shore. Her soul rises in the evening for to open twilight's door. Her eyes are the stars in heaven, watching o'er us all the while. But her heart, it is in Ireland, deep within the Emerald Isle. We are 40 against hundreds in someone else's bloody war. We know not why we're fighting or what we're dying for. And they will storm us in the morning as the sunlight turns the sky. Death is waiting for its dance now. Fate has sentenced us to die. Here we go. Ireland, I'm coming home. I can see you rolling fields of grain and fences made of stone. I am reaching out. Won't you take my hand? I'm coming home. Ireland. Oh, the captain, he lay bleeding, and I can hear him calling me. These men are yours now for the leading. Show them to their destiny. And as I look upon around me, I see the ragged, tarred and torn. I tell them to make ready, 'cause we're not waiting for the more. Let's go. Ireland, I'm coming home. I can see you rolling fields of green, fences made of stone. I am reaching out. Won't you take my hand? I'm coming home. Ireland. Now the fog is deep and heavy as we forge the dark in fear. We can hear their horses breathing as in silence we draw near. And there are no words we spoken, just a look to say goodbye. I draw breath, that night is broken as I scream our battle cry. Ireland, I'm coming home. I can see you rolling fields of green, fences made of stone. I am reaching out. Won't you take my hand? I'm coming home. Ireland, I'm coming home. Ireland. Woo! Happy Notre Dame Day, y'all. Woo!
Thank you, Chloe Agnew, for always gracing us on every single Notre Dame Day. And now back to the studio. Emily?
Thank you, Anne. When Michael Carroll was a senior in high school, his father, a lifelong fan of Notre Dame, suddenly passed away at the age of 46. More than 2 decades later, Michael came to Notre Dame as an executive MBA student, where he touched the lives of all who met him. After Michael tragically passed away last summer at the same age as his father, his classmates created a scholarship in his honor. Here to talk about Michael is his executive MBA classmate, Danny Hill, and his sister, Blair Carroll Murphy. Danny, Blair, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. First, I just want to begin by saying how sorry I am for your loss. Can you tell those of us who weren't fortunate enough to meet Michael what he was like?
Danny, you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, Michael was an extremely special person to our cohort. Being in the executive MBA program here at Notre Dame, it begins with the flagship experience of executive integral leadership, which is an immersive experience where we all share stories about our friends and our family and our life experiences, and that allows us to become really close as a class. But Michael really went above and beyond that. He was such a gregarious and charismatic person that he got to know everyone so well within the cohort of 50 people. And he was truly a Renaissance man when it came to business. He had his JD, he was in real estate, he was in venture capital, he had produced a successful film, and we were all extremely impressed with him in the time that we knew him. And I'm sure Blair can speak much more to Michael as a person throughout his life.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Michael was only at Notre Dame for 15 months and then all of a sudden we have this amazing scholarship in his name just speaks to his character and how likable he was. I mean, this program's not long enough to put into words how amazing my brother was and all the people that he impacted. We're just thankful that he had the opportunity to be there, and everything that they've done for us so far has just been incredibly humbling. But I know that Michael, when he got in, it was an opportunity that he wasn't going to waste, and he was going to take every minute he could to invest himself in the school and his classmates. And I think that that speaks volumes just in how we got here today.
Definitely. Blair, did your relationship with Michael change after your father passed away?
Absolutely. I mean, Michael was kind of thrusted into this, brother and not only father role. So over the next 25 years, he really forged a relationship with each one of us that was unique. He embedded his wisdom when he could. He showed up for each one of us in every opportunity that arose. I mean, my little brother was 7 when my father passed away. I was 11, and my 2 sisters were 13 and 15. So to kind of be put into this father role was something that he took, not lightly, and he did an amazing job. I was reflecting on that last night, not only for the 5 of us, but also for my mom. I mean, she was 43 with 5 kids, and he was, a leader. And I think he became a huge confidant for her. So it was just amazing to see and to look back and see how much he did for us.
Thanks, Blair. And tell us what it meant for Michael to have the chance to attend Notre Dame.
I think ultimately he was a little shocked that he got in. I mean, this is a lifelong dream that started when he was 2 years old. And, Michael wasn't a man of few words. So when he talked about Notre Dame, there was kind of almost this humbling silence that came to him. And I knew the minute he got in, the impact and what he felt, he was going to do something with it. He couldn't wait to, forge these relationships with all of his classmates and to see where it was going to take him in business and what kind of relationships he was going to get out of it. And he wasn't going to waste a minute. I know that he mentored a younger undergraduate student and helped her get an internship. I mean, he was going to take any opportunity he could at Notre Dame and use it to his advantage, and then also take that out into the real world and bring that along with him in his career.
And Danny, tell us a little bit about being classmates with Michael and why you ultimately decided to start this memorial scholarship.
Yeah, so when I first heard of Michael's passing, one of the first things that came to mind for me personally in the short time that I knew Michael was a memory of a day where he and I walked to school together, to class in the winter, and Michael coming all the way down from Texas and myself coming all the way up from Michigan. We began talking about what drove us to choose Notre Dame over all the other schools in the country. And Michael spoke similar to like Blair said, how he had wanted to go to Notre Dame since he was a young boy, and that was a dream that he was finally able to achieve in adulthood. And I said how I felt that was really a common thread among our EMBA cohort, where people who may not have had the grades or the means to come here as undergrads were able to get this amazing opportunity to come to Notre Dame as adults. And Michael said something that really struck me. He said, yeah, that's great that we've been fortunate enough in our careers and in our lives to be able to achieve this dream, but there's still so many people who love Notre Dame and who deserve the opportunity to come here, but don't have the financial means to do so. And so last spring, I told this story to a few of my EMBA classmates and asked if they'd be willing to start a scholarship in Michael's name that could go towards benefiting EMBA candidates in financial need in a way that I think Michael would have really loved and cherished.
Danny, Blair, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing a little bit about Michael today. And now we want to send it back to Anne at the performance stage. Anne?
Thank you, Emily. I have the honor of being here with someone who's very famous. Joseph, say your name. Opara Manike. He says it much better than I do, and he is a conducting student in the master's program of the music school here at Notre Dame. And the reason why he's so famous is because he has performed in front of the Queen of England 3 times. Can I touch you? Yeah, sure. So you're going to perform for us right now?
Yes.
Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. grow so weary. When troubles come, my heart burden be. Then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come to sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountain. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be.
Oh my God!
Thank you.
What a beautiful voice! You made me
Thank
cry. Fantastic. Thanks so much. Back to the studio and Justine.
Thank you, Ann. Joining us now is the 5th all-time leading rusher in Notre Dame football history, Josh Adams. Josh, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks for having me. Excited to be here. Appreciate it.
Great to see you, Josh. And there have been many, many great running backs here at Notre Dame. And you just heard it, you're number 5 all-time in career rushing yards. What do you think when you hear 5th all-time at a storied place like Notre Dame?
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I didn't know, but definitely is a blessing. And just honored, really, to be able to go to Notre Dame and to be able to be a part of a historic group, honestly. And I was fortunate enough to be in contact with a lot of those guys, and they showed me nothing but love. So I appreciate my time there, and I appreciate being a part of a group like that.
I want to touch on your time here first. You were famous for your multiple long touchdown runs in that gold helmet. What's the run that is most memorable to you as you look back at your Notre Dame career?
I mean, obviously, the 98-yard at home, my first game starting my freshman year was memorable, and probably the USC run where we beat USC at home, that was definitely a big one. So those two would probably have to be my top favorite runs.
Absolutely. Some good choices there. NFL draft week is upon us. You entered the NFL draft after your junior season. Walk us through that decision-making process. Where did you turn to for advice, and ultimately what led to that decision?
I think just taking a look at my career and taking a look at my time at Notre Dame, and I felt like I, gave it everything that I had. And I talked to the coaches, talked to some of my teammates, and really just prayed about it and talked to my family and thought that now was a great time for me to make that transition and to really move on to the next challenge of my life and, chase the dream that I had always wanted to do since I was a little kid. And I felt like it was the right time after considering all of my options. And and it was definitely a great experience. Although I went undrafted, I had a great time my rookie year, and just blessed to say that I was able to achieve my dream and to make it to the next level.
Yeah, as you just mentioned, you ended up going undrafted, but you got signed by the home team, Philadelphia Eagles, as a free agent. And then you made the team in a rookie training camp. Not an easy thing to do. How do you think you were able to do that?
No, I mean, it wasn't easy. It honestly felt like I was fighting that whole year just to prove myself and just to show what I could do on the field. But I mean, just staying resilient and staying determined and keep my eyes on the prize and really just taking in everything that I could take in, learning from the guys around me and staying focused and staying, firm in my beliefs and firm in my faith in God and just trusting that, one step at a time, taking it one day at a time and everything was gonna turn out great. But, just staying hard to the grind and trying to stay focused was really, I would say, my biggest way to, overcome all of the obstacles that I came across.
And we saw that work ethic pay off in your rookie season. You played in 12 games. Your rushing yardage was the 8th most in the NFL that year for rookie running backs. What do you think about when you reflect on your rookie season?
Again, I mean, it was just a blessing not only to play for my hometown, but again to be a part of a group of guys that were playing at the highest level. And I'm just grateful that I had got to experience something like that because it helped me, in my later years in the league, and it helped me, the next few years to really learn from and to really grow in my game. So just to go through something like that, again, with all the adversity and obstacles that I had to go through, really added to my character and it added to, my game and improving as a running back. So it's just definitely surreal to even think about. But, I love my time playing at home, playing in front of my family, and just getting to have a great experience.
Yeah, a few months ago, you signed a free agent deal with the New Orleans Saints. You've spent 4 years on an NFL roster. What is the biggest lesson you think you've learned in that time?
I think definitely learned how to handle myself as a professional. I think I learned that early. And, coming from Notre Dame, learning how to carry myself not only as a professional, but as a man. And I think that my time in the league has taught me has reassured my love of the game because anybody who's in the league will tell you that it's a tough business. But that love of the game never seems to go away. And every time you get on that field, you have a lot of fun. And even, when you go through certain things and you have certain hiccups, that love of the game never goes away. And it reassures you that everything that you dreamed for as a kid was still worth it. So I think that was one of the biggest things is just recognizing what the game of football is able to do and how it can provide for certain people. So I think that would be one of my biggest lessons if I had to pick one.
Amazing. Love to hear that you still love the game, and congratulations on coming back to Notre Dame and finishing your degree.
Oh, yeah.
Big smile there. Let's shift to the Saints. I see you're calling in for Pennsylvania. We know there's some fellow Notre Dame men on that roster with you. So how has your time been kind of getting oriented to New Orleans so far?
Yeah, I mean, New Orleans was great. I got there towards the middle of the season last year, and obviously, like you said, we got a couple guys from Notre Dame. We have Ian Book there. We have Tony Jones there, who was my roommate for game days, and we have Kavard Russell. So as soon as I got there, I was able to connect with those guys, and it just felt like the old days when we were all in the ND locker room. So it's definitely a great experience. My first time being in New Orleans for that long, which is ironic because I scored my first touchdown in NFL in New Orleans against the Saints. So it's just funny to see how everything goes full circle like that.
It usually does. Well, Josh, here's to a great success with the Saints. Love your passion, enthusiasm for the game. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go Irish. All right, let's head over to Gary. Gary?
All right, thanks, Justine. Hey, it's great to see you again, by the way. I always have to give a plug to my former students. Justine was in my class and graduated with high honors from this university. So she's obviously a little smarter than the professor that she had back then. But Justine would know, and all of us do, that our next guest is a really big deal. He's NBC's lead host of, well, pretty much everything in the big-time event that NBC puts on the air in sports these days. But we believe his favorite role has to be leading NBC's exclusive coverage of Notre Dame football home games in the fall. Please welcome Mike Tirico. Mike, thanks for joining us. I understand you're on the road.
I am. I'm in the airport, so I apologize to the people around me here in the Delta Club, but I think they'll put up with us for a couple of minutes.
The life of a sportscaster. So what are you off to? You cover everything. What are you off to this time?
Nothing exciting this week, just some meetings and some personal travel, but next week it's the Kentucky Derby. So we're entering the busy season with Triple Crown races and the Indianapolis 500 coming down down in Indianapolis, I should say, at the end of the month of May. So this is certainly an exciting time for all of us.
Yeah, well, you're a proud Syracuse grad, Newhouse. It's a great school, and obviously it's produced a lot of great names. I understand you were the original recipient of the Bob Costas Scholarship. And so much about Bob when we talk about him is his breadth of knowledge. And I just want to go through ESPN Sports Center anchor, Monday Night Football anchor, British Open, which we call, the British Open, but the Open Championship, the Olympics, Triple Crown races, Indy 500, NBC's Football Night in America, Stanley Cup, World Cup soccer. Is there anything that you don't do?
Well, there's a cornhole game going on over here on the side of the airport. I'm going to try to call that in a little bit. I've loved my chances to do a lot of things. I'm a sports fan, am, and will be a sports fan. And if they're keeping score, I like to be a part of it. So in so many ways, that has been the magnet for me to cover a lot of different things, different sports, take me to different places in the world. And I'm just really lucky that the last 6 years it's taken me to South Bend on most home football Saturdays to call the Notre Dame games. That has been, as you said, as a Syracuse alum and working at ESPN for 25 years, I had never had the opportunity to do that. So the chance to come to South Bend, be a part of that scene, and really get to know a lot of the folks there on campus and the alums who come back on a regular basis, that has been certainly one of the career highlights for me.
Well, let's follow up on that because obviously we're in a new era now. Brian Kelly has moved on, and it is the Marcus Freeman era. We got just a brief taste in a bowl game last year, but this will be it, really, this coming fall. And we saw a little bit in the spring game just the other day. But what's your assessment so far of Marcus Freeman taking over as head coach at Notre Dame?
Well, there have been two exciting games, right? The bowl game, and then, of course, the walk-off at the end of the blue gold game on Saturday. So I think Marcus is going to do a great job. I really do. I think with great respect, we should congratulate Brian for an incredible run of bringing Notre Dame football to this level and hiring somebody like Marcus. Remember, Marcus was being courted by multiple teams, and with the leadership of Jack Swarbrick and Brian, bringing Marcus in was huge because he was ready to be a head coach. And I think we're already seeing that. I love his approach. I love his connection with the players. I love that Tommy Rees, as the offensive coordinator, is going to be a huge part of this. I know there were some Freeman Rees 22 T-shirts in the stadium on Saturday for the spring game. I love the energy and the vibe. Brian had an incredible run and put Notre Dame in position to be a championship caliber team. And I can see Marcus and company doing the same thing here over the next few years. So impressed with the person, the coach, the leader, and the recruiter as well. And let's be honest, that's the lifeblood of college football in 2022. As times change, you got to find the right people at the right place. And I think Marcus has connected with Notre Dame in a way that he'll be able to do that going forward.
Yeah, Mike, you know that Notre Dame has some history with having head coaches who had not been head coaches before taking this job at Notre Dame, and it's a very, very demanding and difficult job. What would make Marcus Freeman different from some of the others in Notre Dame's past who didn't really have the best of experiences in that regard?
Great point. I think eyes wide open. I think being exposed to it at the highest level at Ohio State, around it so closely at Cincinnati, and getting a year of seeing what the Notre Dame experience is really like. Marcus bleeds college football. He breathes it, bleeds it, sleeps it, eats it. I think he and his family having that year in South Bend understand exactly what the job takes. I think that's a big part of it. I also think these times are a little bit different. And I think you really have an advantage if you can find that young coach who can connect with players and really give them a strong sense of, I want to be here. I think Marcus has created that atmosphere already in a short period of time. You saw it with his defensive players last year. Every defensive player we spoke to could not have been more effusive in their praise of the culture of the defensive group. And I think that will just permeate to the remainder of the team here over the next several years. So, yes, you're right. Maybe past history shows the challenges of this being your first job. But I think take Marcus's ability combined with Tommy being there, who is going to be such a big part of this and knows everything there, and bring in a guy like Al Golden, who's been a head coach and had head coach experience around you a bit. I think that learning curve will be drastically different than maybe it has been for others in the past.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, that viral video that came out when the players first learned that Marcus was going to be their coach, I mean, that kind of tells you the energy level that's there on behalf of the players. And so it's going to be a great year to watch, I think, and see how this program develops from where it has been. You have covered so many things, as we've mentioned. Mike, I think that sportscasters, maybe if you're Al Michaels, it was a miracle on ice. You think of your favorite. But have you had a moment in your career where you said, that is my favorite moment covering sports of any kind?
So I'll give you what has become my, I want to say pat answer, but it's the truth. It's the next one. I've had so many opportunities to cover different things. And once I was asked, hey, what's your favorite sport to cover? And I gave an answer. But I thought for a minute, maybe that's insulting to the person who is going to be watching the next thing that I cover. So I said at that point, my favorite thing is the next thing. And I really have come to believe that and live in the moment, given that within the things I've covered, there have been so many moments like Jean Van de Velde at the British Open playing the most infamous 72nd hole in major championship golf history, being on the air when Tiger Woods completed a career Grand Slam, the Fail Mary game in Seattle. I've had some more bizarre endings in sports, but man, I'll tell you, being there for that Notre Dame Clemson game a couple of years ago with that unique scene during the pandemic, not a full stadium, high emotions. The election was settled 6 days after Election Day. On that Saturday night, we cut away to some election coverage in the middle of a big football game. All of that was unique. And then the scene at the end of that game. There are several moments that I've enjoyed in Notre Dame Stadium. That certainly is one of the great moments in that stadium and one of the great games for Notre Dame fans. And to be a part of one of those in my career will certainly join the list of favorite moments, no doubt.
So, lightning round question to wrap things up, and that is you've been here for 6 years covering Notre Dame football. So, if you were going to write a book about Notre Dame football, what would you call it? What would the title be?
I'd call it Breakfast at Pegs, because a lot of my reading on Fridays and my game days every Saturday start right there in downtown near where we stay at Pegs. And to me, I just have kind of watched the South Bend community and the Notre Dame community and the people who come in, just sit around and have breakfast and enjoy the camaraderie that Irish football brings, different than a lot of other places. So it would be unique. It would be a little bit different. I love the folks over there. That's my breakfast spot when I'm in town. So let's call it Breakfast at Pegs. How about that?
Breakfast at Pegs. I love it. And as a local Notre Dame and South Bend area resident, next time I'm down there, I'm going to carve my initials into one of the booths and say that's where Mike Tirico's at. So.
Amen.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate you making the time for Notre Dame Day. Always love talking with you, and I just love your calls of the games and really appreciate it. Tell Drew Brees we said hello too, okay?
I promise I will, and thank you to everybody who's associated with Notre Dame and South Bend. It's been a wonderful experience, and we love those game days. So good to be with you, and best of luck the rest of the day, everyone.
Thank you, Mike. Let's head to Indy Jackson for a giving update. Indy?
Thank you, Gary, and welcome back to the Social Media Lounge, where we have over 17,000 gifts received, nearly $2 million raised. We're at that 1.9 million and 690 clubs that have been affected. To my left, I have Jennifer McAward, who is going to be talking about another center that you can support. It's the Klaus Center for Civil and Human Rights. So, Jennifer, give us the context of how this center was started and what's that one thing that you want people that are tuning in to know about what you're doing.
Sure, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for having me. So the Klaus Center for Civil and Human Rights was actually founded over 50 years ago by Father Ted Hesburgh. When he was the president of Notre Dame, he was also a founding member of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. And so he traveled the South at the height of Jim Crow and saw so many racial injustices and affronts to human dignity, and he knew that Notre Dame needed to be at the heart of fighting for racial justice and human dignity. And so he founded what was then the Center for Civil Rights, and today is the Klaus Center for Civil and Human Rights. And we are housed in the Keough School of Global Affairs. And being in the Keough School, which is an interdisciplinary, truly global school that engages students from all parts of the world, we are able to focus on educating undergraduates and graduate students from across the university. And so we are doing everything from building up a minor in civil and human rights so that undergraduates can study global affronts to human dignity, and also trying to engage students. We have a student affiliate program that has over 150 students every year that sign up to be part of activities and lectures that we put on, programming that we do. And so we are just so delighted to be expanding our mission. In fact, the picture behind you is a picture from our Building an Anti-Racist Vocabulary series. It's a lecture series and courses that we offer at Notre Dame every fall. And we have over 3,000 people signed up for this weekly lecture series. Ruby Bridges, the civil rights icon, actually spoke to us this past fall. So that's a picture of her speaking to our students.
That is incredible, the type of people that Notre Dame can bring here and inform us. And we're here to raise money. We're trying to get you guys funding. You got 7 gifts. We want to bump that up. So let the people know that are tuning in, what are their dollars going to go toward? What initiatives do you have in mind?
Absolutely. So we want students to learn in the classroom about civil and human rights, but we also want them to understand how they can incorporate that into their commitments when they leave Notre Dame. And so we are hoping to raise money to have experiential programs, to send students on trips so that they can engage with people and learn on the ground about how they can be a force for good and fight for civil and human rights. So that's what we're really aiming for.
So you said you've been around for 16 years, is what you said the center's been around? And I know you've had so many stories come through there. What's one quick impactful story that you have for me? Just quick so people can hear it.
Sure. So let me go back to the story of Ruby Bridges. So not only did we have hundreds of undergraduates and graduate students come to hear her speak, we also invited members of the community. So we had kids from Catholic and public schools come and listen to Ruby Bridges speak. And we had a prayer service for them at the Basilica. And to hear them reflect on that experience and to be at Notre Dame and to realize that Notre Dame was a place that could really educate people about how to fight for justice was such a beautiful thing. And I'm just so privileged to be a part of it.
Absolutely. You're describing something that's so beautiful. So go to notredameday.nd.edu, find the Klaus Center for Civil and Human Rights, click donate, support them, and we're going to have more Notre Dame content for you right after this break.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other, because we're running out of time.